Good afternoon, councillors, those who are here in attendance today and those who are streaming in. It's great to have you all here and to have such interest in what's going on in our community. In opening today's meeting at 1 o'clock, we meet here on the land of the Palawa people, the original and continuing owners of the land in which we meet. Thank you. Okay, so in our opening of the meeting and attendance with apologies, we do have an apology today from Councillor Dawkins, who is representing council today at our forum, which is fantastic to have that representation. I don't have any announcements as of agenda item 2. There will be a few in this one as agenda item 3, declarations of interest. A councillor must declare any interest that councillor has in a matter before any discussion on that matter commences. I would like to say that as a part of 14.2, I'll be stepping out of the room and handing to you, Deputy Mayor, around carols by candlelight in the assessment process 14.2. Do I have any other declarations of interest? Councillor Pentridge?
In light of other events that no doubt will be coming up, I wouldn't mind some advice whether...
Yes?
Do I
Yes.
participate or leave?
You can. You can participate.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for asking the question though before we get to it. Yep. No, that's fine. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 4, confirmation of minutes. Someone to move that they are correct. Report from the meeting held on the 24th of August. Someone to move? Okay, Councillor Palmer. A seconder? Councillor Harris. All those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, agenda item number 5, council workshops. 5.1. These are the council workshops that were conducted between the 24th and the 31st of August. The recommendation is to note and accept that they were the workshops conducted since last meeting. Those workshops were the Greater Launceston Plan Review Report, the City of Launceston Values, State of the City Report, Tamar Estuary River Health Action Plan, Northern Tasmanian Cricket Association Master Plan, the pump track update, noting that it's quite exciting to see that it will be delivered in recommendation here in this financial year coming, the Launceston College Parking, disposal of land, 12 Trevellyn Road in Trevellyn. Do I have somebody to move that they were indeed the council workshops for this fortnight? Councillor Gibson? Seconder? Councillor Britton? Councillor Gibson, as the mover, would you like to speak? Councillor Britton? Any other speakers around workshops conducted? There being none, moving to the vote. All of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Item 6 on the agenda. We have no councillors' leave of absence that have been identified as a part of this agenda. 7, community reports. It's exciting to see that we have 7.1, the community of St Patrick's River District. You can see Ian down there. And right as a part of that presentation, we have the Vice President and the Secretary and Treasurer. If you would like to come forward and make your presentation. A microphone. It was just being sanitised. Anthony might belt a tune as she walks down the aisle, perhaps.
Good. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Ron.
Mayor, councillors, thank you very much for this opportunity. Our association represents residents of the City of Launceston who live in the rural area east of Launceston around the Tasman Highway, including settlements of Pattersonia, Myrtlebank, Nunamara, Targa, the Camden and Tyreen. Some 540 households receive their postal service via the Nunamara store. We also encompass St Patrick's River, Mount Barrow, Belial, Biddulph Plains, Bullocks Hunting Ground and Wombat Plains. Infrastructure in Launceston has, from the very early years, been built from timber sourced in and around Mount Barrow. We believe there is opportunity for development as a serious tourist attraction and are negotiating a contract with Sustainable Timber Tasmania to provide oversight and maintenance of the Mount Barrow Discovery Trail and Discovery Centre. Launceston was settled from 1806, largely due to the available supply of clean water. Some members of council may not be aware that if you travel along the Tasman Highway from Launceston to Nunamara, you pass a historic marker and drive over a tunnel, both part of the gravity scheme that in 1857 first brought water to Launceston from the St Patrick's River, and the engineering of which received international recognition. Our association makes representation to all areas of government on issues affecting local residents. We also own, manage and operate the Nunamara Memorial Hall, having purchased it from council early in 2019. Since purchasing the hall, we have, among other things, re-roofed the hall, installed heat pumps, renovated and updated the kitchen, and installed external floodlights and power outlets. Our major expenses are rates, insurance, utilities, maintenance of the hall, and the conduct of 2 significant annual events. Income is derived from sources including sponsorship of our community events, catering and raffles. Hall hire is a growing source of income derived primarily from private events such as birthdays, weddings, trivia nights, and the hall is also a polling booth for federal and state elections and a forthcoming referendum. The hall, however, does have the significant lack of a disabled toilet, and that is one of the things that we will seek to address leading up to the centenary of the hall in 2029. Like most communities today, many people like the concept of a local venue and activities, but only a few hardy people are prepared to be actively involved in maintaining and running the basic infrastructure. Something we would like to take forward from this representation is the possible establishment of a formal mechanism to enable greater recognition and support of the rural areas of the municipality. At the last council election, no candidate lived outside of the Greater Launceston area, and in the statements of those who stood for election, not one candidate made mention of any issue unrelated to the city proper or the Tamar River. It's reasonable to assume that should a ratepayer from a rural area nominate for election to council, they would be unlikely to attract enough votes to be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Ian, for taking that on and coming in here today and sharing some of your views about our regional centres. And I will say that I had a very enjoyable day with you guys out there as a part of the Patrick's River Day. And it was a lovely day, beautiful weather too. Okay, moving forward now to agenda item number 8, public question time. 8.1, public questions on notice. 8.1.1, public questions on notice by Ray Norman around house design, city architect and landfill facility. 8.2, public questions without notice, noting that the rules and regulations around available and visible rules for question time were available as you entered, are on display at the moment. You may ask a total of 3 questions each. Do we have any questions without notice?
Yes.
Thank you. So just your name and your suburb, please.
I'm Gillian Coshin in for May. Recently, a community member of the Council's Heritage Committee mentioned to me that because heritage building restoration skills are being lost, Councillor Pentridge put forward at one of their committee meetings the idea of setting up an apprenticeship or a building thing or something similar to learn the skills of heritage building restoration. You might not realise that the council is the custodian of Braemar and the old homestead and land at 148 Vermont Road. I did a report for City Council way back on the cultural significance of the house. That's the brief that was set out, and there's a new report just to, the cultural significance of the house, which dates from the 1824-25-ish, and is one of the two oldest houses in Launceston. The other house is constructed out of masonry, so Braemar is the oldest timber house. It was built by or for John Lamont, who came out to Van Diemen's Land from Braemar, near Balmoral, Scotland, in 1819. And it's funny that the gentleman here before mentioned about the water supply, because in the 1850s, when Launcestonians were trying to work out where a permanent water supply should come from, it was Lamont who actually suggested St Patrick's River and Distillery Creek. Right at the last minute, his suggestion came in, and so became that. Anyway, so question 1 is, are councillors familiar with Braemar? That's the one. And then question 2, and I'll just say quickly that leading into the question, that just because something isn't heritage listed doesn't mean it's not heritage or that it's not worth looking after. I don't think the Braemar house is heritage listed, but any further renewal in or on the house should be carefully managed to maintain features from Lamont's time. That is where heritage building restoration knowledge and skills would come in, and Braemar would be the ideal location to showcase such work. So question, is Councillor Pentridge's idea of setting up a building restoration apprenticeship or similar something that the council would consider?
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you very much for your question and your passion and your reporting into this area of interest. When it comes to our external committees, it is absolutely the position of those committees that can bring recommendations to the council. So if this is something that as a whole the Heritage Committee would see as something that has value or worth discussion around a council table or through a workshop, it is absolutely the prerogative of those external committees, as we'll see some more reporting throughout our agenda today, to look into those sorts of things. So a great suggestion and a great point of conversation, but in terms of what that committee can now do, they can further that conversation and they can bring any recommendations to council for sure. And CEO might have a little more information around that specific detail also.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the question too. And I just had a bit of a think about it. So we employ about 6 apprentices at the moment across council. So we've got them in horticulture, in our mechanical workshop, as well as civil engineering apprentices. So we've actually had a real focus on it for the last few years. So we do employ carpenters, but we don't employ any builders. So there would be limited scope to be able to train apprentices in that space. But having said that, and given that it was, as the Mayor said, raised through the committee, we can certainly investigate it further. But the most obvious difficulty would be that lack of a profession to then train that person. But
Thank you. Do we have any further questions without notice? Ian?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor and Alderman, for allowing me a few minutes to talk and ask 2 questions.
Just your name and suburb.
Oh, sorry. My name is Ian Ganninan and workplace is 48 Belhaven Crescent, Newstead. I saw an article in last Saturday's Examiner front and second page by Maggie Gillian and Linda Robbins in relation to the flood levy and the installing of the temporary shutters. They mentioned that there's been 40 floods in Launceston since the beginning of records. And Ms Robbins said came down to being proactive and knowing the disaster risk for your property. State government indicated in 2019 floods there was up to $2 billion worth of property and infrastructure exposed if the flood levy went over the flood breached the levy. That excluded lack of trade and things like that as well. I went searching on the web to look at this proactive flood plans, what you can do, as I'm in a flood area. I have fat fingers, difficult to find, couldn't find a thing. I went to 3 colleagues to find me something. I did find a report presented to council on what occurs when the 2 rivers collide. The 2,600 properties go underwater, and that the recovery is up to 18 months. But I couldn't find anything on there as to what recommendations or concepts as far as a flood plan for businesses and households, and also contingencies after a flood's occurred. The second issue, one's quite close to my heart, is insurance. You see that insurance premiums are the #1 cause of inflation, and they're continuing to rise. We're getting clients that have Insurance premiums increased by 100 and 200% this renewal period, not 10s and 20%. And the big reason behind that is that the industry that's greatest affected by climate change will be the insurance industry, and they've been proactive about getting that sorted. So in many instances, places like East Launceston, City of Launceston and Invermay, a lot of insurance companies are bowing out of it completely. They're saying, we don't want to do that insurance anymore. In some instances, they might do the insurance, but they'll exclude flood insurance on there. That causes a lack of competition and enables those that want to probably gouge. And I wonder then what happens to a business if that's got finance on there and they have no flood insurance. I haven't heard from the finance industry yet, but I'd imagine they'd be reluctant to give finance on a property where flood occurs and it's going to be out of business for up to 18 months. So my two questions are, could the council make it easier for ratepayers, those 2,600 property owners, to do some proactive things in the event prior to a flood, and secondly, a contingency after a flood? And I went to the council's plan for 22-23, a little bit on flood. I think there was a few lines, talked about a thing that you've put in place that tells people there's a flood coming. Well, it's fantastic, you know you're going to be flooded, but that's it. So I'd like to know what else council's doing as far as flood mitigation for Launceston. As I'd always believed, up until I did some research, the flood levies were built to 1 in 200 year flood. My understanding now, they are 1 in 100 year flood, which is 5.8 metres, which makes more sense to me than this other business. And, the 1 in 100 year flood, whereas the TAS planning for any buildings, they're requesting 1 in 100 plus climate change. Those were two questions, and I don't care if I don't get an answer now, but happy to get one in the mail.
Sure. Yeah, we can absolutely take that on notice and provide some more in-depth information. But if I just may say briefly that throughout this term of council, there's been several opportunities for stakeholders from TASPOL, Emergency Services, community leaders, the University of Tasmania to come together, and we spoke. We had a whole day presentation around the 200-year flood, and we are very aware that those levies that have been in place for those specific times are changing, and they did go on to speak about how, where we relocate, we move. And I can say that in that more in-depth situation, you'll find that 18 months stems far beyond 18 months as to the flow and effects of the community. And this council has been provided with workshop based on the findings of that day together and the ongoing works that are done in there, but more than happy to provide that. And I do appreciate your feedback on saying how perhaps you found it a little difficult and the community might be finding it difficult to get some of that information. So we'll take that on notice, and I'll provide some more in-depth discussion, findings and conversation around that for you, Ian. So thank you very much. Any further questions without notice? Okay, there being none. Moving on to Planning Authority. So agenda item number 9, Planning Authority. Under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items included in the agenda today under agenda item 9, Planning Authority. So 9.1, 23 Lytton Street, Invermay, residential construction of an additional building. I'm going to start off because I know there is some speakers to this one. We'll start off with public speakers before I get to a recommendation. And we might start with Mrs. Green. And if I just may start as well, I know there are a lot of representatives when it comes to this development, and that there will be some issues that have been through tribunal already, and we'll work through those, and we'll have our set times for our speakers, and I'll give you some additional time as a wrap up because I do understand that there's perhaps 18 minutes worth of speaking, but I also don't want to do you the disservice by having the councillors perhaps be overwhelmed with those representatives if it was to be 2 minutes each with 9 to 19 representatives. So that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alison Green, Lytton Street. Councillors, the consulting planner has paid you a disservice by omitting information to help you fully make an informed decision. You've not been informed of the following. The fact that the parking manoeuvres will cause property damage, clearly seen from the overlays of the applicant's own design which were submitted. That the sweep path from car NP1 illegally enters the private parking space of the existing dwelling. That the development is in breach of the privacy for all dwellings clause due to a window from a habitable room being 5.5 metres from the existing dwelling's private open space rather than the 6 metres required. That the genuine setback is less than the 3 metres from the property of 21 Lytton Street in breach of the privacy of all dwellings and requiring obscure glazing and a privacy screen to be added to the balcony. The biggest omission is the development extends past its land title. This is not simply a breach of the planning scheme, but a breach of the Looper Act. Section 52 of the Act requires, if the applicant for the permit is not the owner of the land they require, they must include in their application a declaration that they have notified the owner of their intent to make the application. At no stage have the developers notified myself or my partner of their intention to apply for a permit that incorporates our land. At no stage have the developers notified, subclause 2 outlines any person, and in this context, that person could be a planning officer or a consultant, must not make any false representation to try and obtain a permit. Subclause 3 outlines that the provisions in the planning scheme have no effect for a permit by a person who is not the owner of the land unless that permit has written permission from the owner. We notified the council and the developers in 2021, and again with this DA, they do not have permission to develop beyond their boundary. We have been subjected to 3 DAs and a tribunal to discover that for 2.5 years, the council has not followed the correct permit procedures. If you approve this permit today, the permit cannot be exercised without our consent, and as a result, this DA should be considered invalid. Now that you're aware, this is the wrap up, now that you're aware that developers don't have enough space to achieve their outcomes without using part of our title, please consider this. Where are the measurements coming from that they now need? Do they make their proposal smaller, requiring a new DA, which they do not have leave from the tribunal to do? Do they take it from the parking area, which is already too small for cars to manoeuvre without causing further property damage? Do they take it from the private open space, which they have already made bigger because its size and orientation was the ground on which the tribunal refused their application? These are issues that occur from trying to develop a site that is too small. The general area was originally built with houses at the front of the block, allowing moderate-sized gardens behind the home. The area was not planned for additional dwellings behind houses, and the consideration was not given that the combined stormwater system would need to remove twice the amount of stormwater or waste from each site. Every era from the 1880s to the 1980s has respected this pattern of development. The area is flat land, and the predominant house design is single storey, complying with the existing density and providing a favourable level of privacy to neighbours. The council lost their case rejecting the previous DA at tribunal on grounds of density, but to be frank, they did not submit a robust argument. At no time was density considered from the neighbouring perspective or the dominant existing pattern of development dating back to the 1880s and still relevant today. The development does not aim to be compatible with the existing density. No 2-storey multiple developments currently exist anywhere near the site or in the surrounding area. Destroying local character is not an example of making efficient use of land for housing. This is not an example of genuine, underutilised land or an example of repurposing an existing development for better use. It is not supplying affordable housing or accessible housing. It's simply an opportunistic response to the current housing crisis, which it is not attempting to improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Green. May I thank you for your conciseness and your ability to deliver that. Thank you. Our second speaker, Mr. Cushion, again to present to the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now, Ms. Goldie, if we might approach it in the same manner, if we have your representation and then a wrap-up of the 2 minutes also.
Yes, okay. I'm just saying it's a pity that the residents who can't be here today for whatever their various commitments are, that they're actually being stifled. And it's impossible to summarise their comments in 120 seconds. So I'm not even going to try because it's so disappointing. But I will read out mine. If an application, DA, can be lodged again and again, and to quote TASCAT, Those persons affected by the application could be exposed to intolerable demands upon their time and financial resources. This applies to all these people here too.
Exactly.
Sorry, no, I'm not being.
That's okay. I appreciate your passion.
They become, this is still quoting Tascat, they become worn down and give in. We have a system where planning approval could be secured by a process of attrition. That's end of quote. Now, Tascat on this occasion decided no, they wouldn't sort of apply that. They could have. It was very close. And this is what it appears to us that the developer and their planners are trying to do. It has been shown that this DA fails the legal test, and judging by all the submissions and comments that I'm not allowed to read out today, it also fails the pub test. So my rest of my comment here. Monday just gone, I was having a break at Swamp Cafe, thinking of what I would say today. Then something awe-inspiring happened. A young boy, 9 to 10 years old, just off the bus, in light school uniform, a very large full school bag on his back, skipped past the cafe to the pedestrian lights, on the green light, skipped across the road, skipped through Caledonian Square, slowed down and carefully walked past a group of 4 or 5 people kicking a soccer ball around. Then he picked up pace again, skipped on, did a fancy skip jump over the little concrete wall, skipped across the road into Albion Street and skipped down that street on out of sight. And it struck me that that's what here today is about. Simplicity, amenity, livability, community health and well-being, and the ability of a child to skip, run, walk, hop, dawdle safely down the street without a care, without having to worry about traffic or whatever. The image of that little boy is etched on my mind, and I don't want that to become a thing of the past. On top of all the planning issues, this DA is aimed at taking all of that away. I find myself wondering if this is what councillors want for children, for babies now, and their future and future generations, because if you approve this DA, that is what you are voting for. Thank you.
A further speaker, George?
Dear Mayor and Councillors, George Walker, Town Planner at 60 Degrees, and we're located at Suite 103, 287 Charles Street, Launceston. I'm here as a representative of the applicant, Design to Live, and the landowner. With respect to this application, Council finds itself in a unique position where effectively the same application has already been tested at the Planning Tribunal. With the 4 grounds of refusal associated with the appeal relating to the previous application, the Tribunal found that only 1 ground of refusal was made out and upheld Council's decision to refuse the application. The ground of refusal that resulted in the refusal of the previous application related to the location of private open space for the existing dwelling, which was between the existing dwelling and the Lytton Street frontage. In this regard, the Tribunal found that all other discretionary components of the previous application, which are the same discretionary components of this application, satisfied the planning scheme, including residential density, vehicle access and parking, private open space for the proposed new dwelling. Following the decision of the Tribunal to refuse the application, amendments have been made to the development plans to locate the primary area of private open space associated with the existing dwelling to the rear of that dwelling. In addition, the amended area of private open space was designed to satisfy the applicable acceptable solution, which removed the discretion which led to the Tribunal's decision to refuse the previous application. As a result, an application for leave was made to and granted by the Tribunal to resubmit the application with the amended design for consideration by Council. Whilst the application before you is discretionary, you can proceed with the confidence that the discretionary components of the application satisfy the requirements of Council's planning scheme. To use some Australian gambling slang, you wouldn't get a better example of a lay-down misere to approve the current application within your role as a planning authority, and I don't say that lightly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any further unnoted speakers to 9.1? There being none, I move to the recommendation The recommendation being to approve the development application pursuant to the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act 1993. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Deputy Mayor? A seconder? Councillor Harris? Deputy Mayor is the mover.
Thanks, Mayor. Before I speak, I'd probably just like to ask 2 or 3 questions
Sure.
of the planner, if I could. The first one, there's been some comments made by a representative, and firstly, I'll speak in a moment, in regard to the sweep area of the motor vehicles, noting that she said that the sweep of the motor vehicles getting out of the site will take out buildings and fences. So just firstly, a comment in regards to that.
Thank you, Alderman Mackenzie. The sweep paths that I can view show that it can get out of the site without taking out buildings, etc.
Thank you. The fact that the building is a 2-storey building and looking around the character of the area, where I believe there's only one other 2-storey building in near proximity, how does that impact on the built structure and form of the area?
So firstly, the building fits within the prescribed building envelope, so it's permitted from that aspect. So that being the case, we actually don't need to consider the height of the buildings in the nearby area. That said, even if it were, did trigger a discretion in terms of the built form, as in setback and height, the considerations under the discretion don't specifically require you to look at how many double-storey buildings are in the area as to whether it should be approved or not.
Thank you. The third question relates to, I think, commentary made at the tribunal about the reference area size in looking at multiple dwellings on the site, as to just commentary in regards to the appropriateness of the area size to determine that a multiple dwelling is appropriate for this site.
So the decision, it didn't actually come down to delineating an area that the tribunal considered. The decision really came, it stated that the tribunal was satisfied that in terms of being, I think the C word, compatible, that's it. The test is being compatible, which doesn't mean it has to be the same as that. Yes, obviously the density, is on the higher end, but it's not the highest in the area. And it's obviously not the lowest, so they were comfortable that it met that compatibility test.
Thank you. And my fourth question just relates to a comment made by Ms Green in her opening comments in regard to the building being built within the site definition. At the moment, it's sort of, the advice is that the building is being constructed within the building envelope, and therefore there aren't any overshadowing requirements needed to be met, screening and so forth like that, because it's built within the building envelope. I just wondered whether you could comment on the veracity of that claim, that it's being built on somebody else's property, for a start, that they're building outside of their property boundary.
So firstly, one of the conditions of the recommendation, that's condition 2, which is a standard condition, requires them to construct within the legal boundary, so they will have to construct it within the legal boundary. And in terms of determining where that legal boundary is, if there is a difference where the fence is in the legal boundary, that's a civil matter, not a planning matter. And I haven't had a chance, you raised this with me sort of just before the meeting, I haven't had a chance to go and fully measure it again, but given the discretion in terms of the building envelope is really applying to that second storey, because the second storey is well set back on the northeastern, but also the southwestern, the second story boundary, that yes, the first story is only set back 1 metre, but the second story is set in further than that. So I'm comfortable that even if there was 10 mil difference, that we're still going to be within the building envelope.
Thank you for that. So thank you. I felt that whilst Mr Walker's comments in regard to the laydown Mazair comment, and I guess it's very easy. This development application, by and large, is the same development application that came before the council a year or so ago. It went to the tribunal. We knocked it back. The tribunal agreed with our determination only on one matter, which was in relation to the private open space area. They sought leave of the tribunal to bring that back to council, because otherwise it would need to take 2 years if they didn't get leave to do that or take it to the Supreme Court. The tribunal gave them leave to bring that back with an amendment to the plans. So I guess we've been through this dance once before. There have been a number, and I just acknowledge the passion of the people who speak, and Ms Green, you've put a lot of effort, I know, into what you do, and I appreciate all the work that you've done in relation to where you live. And I think that's really important to note, that that's something that's really important, and it should be important to anybody that lives there. I need to stress, as I usually do when I stand up, is we sit here and work as a planning authority today, which means we need to make decisions under the Land Use Planning Act 1993. There are acceptable solutions through the planning scheme, and if everybody ticks the box on the acceptable solutions, we end up with really no discretion other than to approve it, because that's what the acceptable solution looks like. As I've said before, the acceptable solutions are usually drawn up on a square flat block in somewhere, and probably Invermay is probably a good spot because it is flat. Yet we have all sorts of properties all over Launceston that are different, and therefore the performance criteria are an important part of the consideration. In relation to that, that will then take some level of judgment in relation to whether those criteria, performance criteria, are met or not met. We have planning officers who have made judgments in the past in regards to this matter, and noting it's come back, we've actually got a consultant planner who's outside of the council who's actually assessed this and come back to us for the recommendation today. She has gone through and done her due diligence on that, and has come up basically saying that in relation to the private open space, that is been changed by the proponent. It now meets the requirements and effectively goes back in relation to what the tribunal said in regards to the original case that went forward to them last year, that effectively that change has now made it to a stage where it can be approved. So I could go through all of the different areas. There have been a number of comments made by the representatives. They've been answered. There are some that are maybe legal requirements, and if the property isn't on the boundary where it's meant to be, that's a civil action. So if it's proven that property actually isn't there, then there's an issue associated with building on somebody else's property and they can't proceed with that building. But that's unfortunately not a matter that we deal with. That's a matter of ownership dispute between the neighbouring properties to deal with, not ours. So again, given this was a problem over 12 months ago, that still hasn't been resolved. So it's still an issue that the plan has been put in based on the property dimensions that are in the documents that we've received today. So based on that, and looking at the fact that council, if they're going to knock something back, need to think they've got a reasonable chance of winning this. I think that the facts in the case that's gone to the tribunal prior to this and now come back to us with the minor adjustment, which is seemingly what was required by the tribunal, would suggest to me that we probably don't have a significant case to refuse the application today. And in fact, I think we probably would be putting council's money to an effort where I think we might fail based on those factors. So I will be supporting this today.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
I might just reserve my right and allow the other councillors who want to have a speak have their say.
Okay, taking it round the table, then any opening to questions and speaking, just noting that if you do speak, that is your allocated time, but you can ask questions, multiple questions. I won't say till the end of time because I don't want to give us that amount of time. But yeah, so Councillor Pentridge, a question or to speak?
To speak. I'm extremely disappointed. We've been down this path on numerous occasions, and as everyone here can probably vouch for, rules and regulations seem to have missed me a bit somewhere. But I feel very sorry for the people that live in that neighbourhood, right? And the story about the boy in the park is quite touching. I've heard numerous comments being made about inner city living, and about the need to utilise the space. That street's a long way from inner city living. And what we are doing is ignoring all the residents who have lived there for a long time. Right? Now, and for them, I'm very sorry. On the other hand, both parties are known to me. I have to support anyone that's prepared to work. And the gentleman that's put the application in, from my limited knowledge of him, is a worker, and he deserves to be supported. And it's just sad that we continually be put in this position where one of these two people have to go out of here feeling that we've let them down, right? And, you know, I mean, the gentleman concerned has the right to financially benefit from what he's doing, but where are the rights of the people that live in that neighbourhood who have lived there for a long time and are now going to be impacted? And unlike, and I've got to be careful in what I say, but I won't hide behind rules and regulations. I don't approve of them, but I will be supporting the application reluctantly, because I think the rules allow it to be built. And I'm just very sorry that, that the residents of that area have to suffer the consequences. And I hope, as in another case not long ago, where I pleaded, it's not a bad word, plead, isn't it? It's one of the new words I've learnt. I hope the gentleman takes note of what I'm saying and works with his neighbours, because there won't be much fun there for anyone if they continue on down the path they've been. So,
Thank you,
I'll
Councillor
leave it at
Pentridge.
that.
Thank you. Further speakers? A question? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, a question. I'm not sure who could answer this question in regards to the claim that the boundaries are not accurate. Because from my understanding, it's not actually that the dwelling would be located on the boundary and therefore the dwelling actually built, but the design and the specifications that are being presented rely on the size there in terms of its setback and things like that. And also to a degree it will affect, of course, the building envelope, which was mentioned previously, although it is noted that the second floor it is, well, on the edge of the building envelope, the ground floor well within the building envelope, so that it shouldn't affect there. But nonetheless, my question is, can council approve, for example, I own a piece of land, someone designs a property next door to me that encroaches upon my land, can council approve that property without the property owner's consent? It is obviously a patent point that one of our representatives has made today, that they don't have that consent. Now, while we can't establish here whether this is true or not, and I'm not asserting that it is true or not, what would be apparent is that by the actual measurements of the properties don't seem to correlate to the measurements in the plan, and therefore there's a significant issue at play. I'm asking, if someone does a design and encroaches upon my land, are you telling me, through you, Chair, whoever answers this question, that is okay and that can be approved regardless of my consent?
Sure. So I might, Chloe, if you don't mind, I do believe that you touched on this before, saying that in your recommendation, the encroachments was irrelevant to the design because it still fitted in to the plan. So if someone was to design a plan that was half on my land, half on theirs, it wouldn't fit into the scheme. But in this case, because it's such a minimal encroachment, it still fits into the envelope because, but I might let you.
It is, and I guess the answer to the first question is the applicants haven't sought to build on their neighbour's land. It has to be confined to the legal title boundary, and council couldn't recommend approval for someone to develop on someone else's land without their consent. Does that answer your question, or is that second?
It partially does, but of course the plans do rely.
The plans that relate to the
relate
title
to the
boundary,
title
yeah.
boundary, yes. And what we've been told is that they're about 13 centimetres out on one side and about 11 centimetres, I think, in the other dimension. Now, that may not be true. I'm just concerned at this juncture that there seems to be no one who can test that to begin with, and that we're being asked to approve something that potentially is reliant on inaccurate data. It may or may not be true, as I'm saying.
So that's where I think Chloe's recommendation came in, that if it was found to be true, that it does encroach onto the land of the opposite owner, the neighbour's land, that it still fits in regardless of that encroachment in our planning scheme, but then it would come down to the civic matter of where that land falls.
Yes, and I guess the endorsed plans are going to require that setback that they've prescribed on both sides to the side boundary. So that's got to be to the legal side boundary. So once that's established, so that, you know, if it was established that it was a greater area, they've still got, or that smaller area, they've still got to have those minimum setbacks, which means the building is going to be within the envelope.
Another question, Chair, if I may, then can I be assured by council that a building permit would not be issued until those issues were resolved?
Yeah, I would say that it's not up to us as planning authority to decide on a civic matter. I'm not sure that there's regulations in the scheme that have us to make that decision.
What we're being presented with is potentially a building design that is reliant upon certain dimensions, which may or may not be true. I'm not accusing anyone of saying that they are or they aren't. This information is being presented to us. I understand fully that it's a civil matter between neighbours as to where the boundary is. But in this case, we have a design, and therefore our planning department, who will issue a building permit based on a design to build, and I'm asking, will that be tested before a building permit is issued? And through you, Chair, I just see the CEO shaking his head. Is it not us that issues the building permit in this case?
Were you referring to a planning permit or a building permit? Because the planning department or team don't issue building permits.
This will be a planning permit that we're approving today, but there still has to be a permission to build once engineering and other associated works are established. What I'm asking is, well, I'm assuming that we issue that. If we don't, who does? And will that be issued regardless of these dimensions?
So you've received the advice from the planning officer concerned that it complies with the planning scheme. So assuming that follows true in terms of the decision of the council, though, you know, a planning permit would be issued if that was the decision of the council. So in terms of the building permit, that's a completely separate matter, and you can't direct nor have guidance on that today. That it requires an assessment from a building surveyor to complete the work to determine whether the building complies with the National Construction Code. Obviously, you've got your plumbing work that needs to be signed off. So assuming that building surveyor is able to do that and they demonstrate compliance with the Building Act, the Plumbing Act, then the building permit would be issued. But it's not something that we can give you any assurances of today in terms of you know, what constraints are otherwise in respect to its issuance.
All for now, thank you.
Further questions around the table with Councillor Gibson?
Thanks so much. What surety do councillors have that the Loop Act, specifically section 52, subclauses 2 and 3, have been met through the assessment of this application? That's section 52, subclauses 2 and 3.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Might direct this one to Richard. Okay, whilst they have a quick look through, Councillor Kaya, question?
Yes, it's regarding the same issue. So my understanding is that the boundary issues are not affecting the actual built form of the building, but looking at the plans, the parking space that's allowed is really quite tight. So therefore, if the space is even smaller, like the representatives are saying, then wouldn't that affect the actual parking assessment? As to, for example, it's 3 metres wide at the moment, but if they are building on to the neighbour's side, let's say we pull that back to even the slightest, smallest, wouldn't that affect the parking assessment? If it has to be a minimum of 3 metres, then it doesn't meet that assessment? Question?
Chloe, around the parking spaces and...
Sorry, I didn't hear the start of the question because I was looking up the answer, looking up the act for the previous question. So do you want me to ask?
No, we'll stick with Councillor Kai's first. No, just around changing the size of the parking space and to your recommendation having been approved, how does that affect any traffic and ability to park?
Changing the size of the parking space.
Yes.
From the original application.
So what we're hearing today is that the boundary issues are not affecting the actual building, so the building that's building, but isn't there a parking space between the fence line and the building, which I think I saw was 3 metres. So if the representatives were correct that that fence is onto their side, which means that the proponents don't actually have 3 metres there, wouldn't that affect the parking?
Are you talking about the parking or the access?
The as you come down if you drive straight down, there's 3 metres. Yeah. Hold on.
Sorry. Yeah. So the dimensions are from the title boundary. So what we are seeing there on the plans are to the title boundary, the legal title boundary.
But from what I've been shown is that if you add your measurements together, it doesn't actually match the measurements of the title. So it is, if we add all the measurements together from one side to the building, to the next side, to the parking space, my understanding is that it's actually larger than at their actual title
boundary
length.
I would have to take that on notice and go and remeasure it.
So in the meantime,
but they are the way the permit, I guess the way it's set up is they will be required to have a 3 metre, well, the dimensions will be required to be met in terms of the parking space and the setbacks to the legal title boundary.
So which means that if, let's say, if you go back to get these measurements and it comes back that there isn't 3 metres there for that car to go straight down, then to have that 3 metre space, wouldn't the whole building need to shift, shift more to this side? So then wouldn't that leave the building being out of the envelope?
If it was found that, my understanding is that the design is to the legal title boundary. If that was found to not be correct, they would, in order to comply with the requirements, which is meeting those setbacks and the parking space, they would need to shrink the building.
So is it possible to get more time to get all this before we have to make a decision today? Because, I mean, this does affect the planning scheme, the planning side of things. So as much as we say it's a building side of things, but let's say they were correct that the measurements were out, and then to have that 3 metre space there for the car to drive down to, you've got to shift the whole building over. And then once you shift the building over, then you'll be out of the envelope. And once you're out of the envelope, then we go back to all the non-compliance, or at least going back to the performance criteria and all that. So, yeah. So I'm asking whether this can all be sorted before we have to make this decision, because at the moment, with my understanding is that I wouldn't be able to support this recommendation, knowing what I know, that this is a bit of a mess with the measurements and with the compliance and things like that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So we might...
Well, there's no time with respect to that. It's deemed approval on the 11th, as I understand, just from having a quick look there. So in answer to your question, are you able to to do that, then the answer would be no today. So the decision really does need to be made today. So again, trying to understand it from my perspective is that there has been plans that have been provided and drawn by appropriately qualified professionals that have been assessed as being the development within the tidal boundary. There is dispute from representors with respect to the legitimacy or the accuracy of those boundaries. But again, we rely on the advice that we're provided by the professionals in terms of the applicant. And so my view would be, correct me if I'm wrong, looking for planners to be able to assist in this respect. That's the line that we've typically taken. So.
Thoughts, Planning Officer Richard?
I just want to make it absolutely clear that I haven't assessed this development application and haven't made a recommendation on this. But in terms of, we need to be a little bit careful about interpreting things and putting 2 and 2 together and making 5. But it does appear that when you add the dimensions together on the rear boundary, just having a quick look at it now, is that there is a 130 mil, and the dimensions add up to slightly more than the nominated tidal boundary. That appears to be the case. Having a quick look at that now, I think if the approach that I would suggest today is that if we, bearing in mind that the draftsman and the architect is actually here, to prevent us getting into confusion about what these are and how they've been drawn, it may be good if that was appropriate to take 5 minutes to clarify how those have been drawn. That would be a suggestion that might just help bring some clarity to it at this point.
Now I'd like to move that the item lay on the table for 5 minutes to facilitate that process.
Thank you. Do I have someone to second? Councillor Britton? Okay. We'll lay it on the table. All those in favour? That is all councillors present. No. This is going to a conversation around the table now. So, because we're into the momentum of this item 9.1, we will take a recess to continue. Instead of continuing on with the meeting, we will continue on with this conversation as it is now laid on the table. Well, thank you everybody for your patience. Firstly, as we move forward, can I have somebody to move that we put 9.1 back on the table? Somebody to move? Thank you, Councillor Gibson. A seconder? Councillor Walker. All of those in favour? All councillors present. Motion is carried. I would now like to pass it over to our General Manager of Community and Place for an update on 9.1.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologies for the delay, everyone. We have been working through some amended wording, which will go into the motion. I will pass to Manager City Development to talk through the updated wording.
So in understanding the process, the application was developed under the advice of a licensed building surveyor. In Launceston, where titles are by way of description, and they haven't been surveyed when they were originally set out, there is always a little bit of there can be variations from the drawn plans with the titles, and ultimately there is a process that surveyors work through to establish the legal boundary. The application has been done following that process, and in discussion to ensure that the council can be certain that the development fits within the title boundaries, it has been suggested and agreed to by the applicant that additional words be added to condition 2, basically to the effect of seeking confirmation from a licensed land surveyor prior to works commencing that the proposed buildings meet the minimum prescribed setbacks from the title boundaries as shown on the endorsed plans, so that there is absolute security from a licensed building surveyor that the buildings are appropriate to the title boundaries. So I note that that wording is now on the screen. So that would be the planner's recommendation to solve the concerns that council have, and that has been agreed to by the applicant as an appropriate way forward.
So this going forward now is the suggested amendment, noting that because this is an amendment, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Harris and Councillor Pentridge have spoken to the original. So I'll be looking for another councillor to move, if comfortable, the amendment to this recommendation. So do I have somebody to move the amended recommendation? Question?
I'd be happy to look at moving it, but before I move to the amendment, I'd need some understanding just of the phrase construction of access from the street, just to ensure I understand exactly what that refers to.
The access from the street element is in the condition as in the motion, and that refers to the fact that between the title boundary and the roadway is a driveway. And normally the driveways can be upgraded or widened to facilitate unit developments. And because that is in the road corridor, not on the title boundary, there is a necessity to do works outside the title boundary for that element.
Yeah, just to be clear, I guess what I'm wanting to ensure is that the additional component that's been added to or is suggested that could be added to condition 2, how that works with regard to what's already there. So currently it concludes at the full stop. I'm just wondering, can you just explain for non-planners how that works?
Okay. So the first piece, taking out the driveway issue, the first sentence requires it to be inside the title boundary. The second sentence is a more specific confirmation that the setbacks are appropriate. So it's just a slightly more specific form of the first sentence. The first one requires the development to be inside the title, the legal title. The second one requires confirmation from a surveyor prior to works commencing that the buildings meet the minimum prescribed setbacks from the title boundaries, which seemed to be the source of concern from council and the representatives.
And just understanding, do we indeed need those words? So, except construction of access from the street. Is that necessary?
It would be, if the driveway component would be difficult to build if it required all use and development to be within the title boundaries, because the driveway elements are outside the title boundaries in the road reserve. So accepting those things from this condition is desirable.
And Mayor, if I may, another clarifying question, just to ensure we're all clear, if indeed the licensed land surveyor is not able to confirm the prescribed setbacks, etc., what is it that actually happens? Is that the end of the journey for this DA? How does that relate with regard to the tribunal and the process that's currently laid out before us?
All conditions on a planning permit have to be met. If you can't meet one of them, then there is a process around that. You can either go, I can't meet it, and you stop the development because you can't meet one of the conditions, or there is a process potentially to look at how compliance might be achieved. But it's hypothetical to talk about that without knowing whether it couldn't. I think we've heard from planner Chloe that we're talking about very small dimensions. We're talking about 100, 120, 130 mil, which is not it would be difficult to conceive how that might be the case in this case.
I'd like to move an amendment that the words as suggested by the consultant planner and our own manager of planning and as just described are added to the motion as is highlighted on the board.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Do I have somebody to second? Councillor Britton? Would you like to say anything further as the mover, Councillor Gibson?
Look, just to say with regard to this amendment and the consideration of adding that sentence to the substantive motion, I thank Councillor Kai and others who've raised questions with regard to the accuracy of the plans. This obviously is an issue that has been a contentious issue for representors, but specifically the idea of 8.4.1 obviously being something that was upheld by the tribunal themselves. It's the crux of the issue, and I think it's deserved the interrogation that councillors have given to it. So that's why I would be seeking to have that sentence added as part of the motion.
Councillor Gibson, may I also ask, would you like your previous question answered?
I'll wait until this motion amendment is considered and then the consultant planner can answer the question.
Sure, thank you. Just so they can prep where we were up to. Councillor Britton is the seconder. I'd also like to note that Councillor Harris did reserve his right around the first recommendation, so there is a right there to speak if you would like to. So putting it around the table to questions and speakers. A question, Councillor Harris?
Just a question in regard to the obvious maths of the boundary looking to be 15.23 metres and the building being 15.5 if you add up all the bits and pieces of it. So that's around 30 centimetres. If the licence surveyor says that the plan has to be reduced, or is it just automatically rejected, is something that I'd like to get very clear in my mind to understand. So they can't just say, well, we'll move that wall in 30 centimetres and the job's done. Or can they do that? Is that considered a minor amendment to a plan, or is it a major amendment and therefore have to come back with a new DA?
Thank you, Councillor Harris.
So if the land surveyor determined that those minimum setbacks as shown on the endorsed plan couldn't be met when they worked out the legal title, then as Richard said, that it would either be that the developer goes away and says, no, we don't want to build this, or they would have to shrink the building by that. They wouldn't need to move, they wouldn't be able to move it, they'd have to shrink it to meet the setbacks, and that would be a minor amendment to the permit. In all likelihood, they would have to demonstrate meeting the test under the minor amendment, but in all likelihood, that's how it would be dealt with.
Further questions or speakers? Well, this is the amendment, yeah. Further speakers or questions? Okay. Councillor Gibson to close as the mover.
Thank you. So a reminder to councillors, we're simply voting on the addition of this sentence If this sentence is passed, then it becomes part of the substantive motion and we revert to the previous motion with that added. I would suggest that from what I've heard from representors and the issues raised around the table, that this process, indeed in the response just received to Councillor Harris's question, will allay some of the concerns that the representors and us as councillors had, and obviously is in line with the tribunal's thinking as well.
Oh, a question, Councillor Walker.
Before this amendment is moved and added to the substantive motion, then just to clarify, that would mean that Councillor Gibson becomes the mover of the motion, does it? And that everyone is able to speak to the amended motion?
So, if you allow me. So, yeah, so if this motion, the amendment gets passed, then it becomes the motion. So those that have spoken already can't speak again.
So that would be Deputy Mayor, because Councillor Harris has reserved his right and everyone else has asked questions. Oh, and Councillor Pentridge. Yes, he will, as the mover of the original. Yep. Okay. That being said, we're going to a vote. We're voting on the amendment coming into the recommendation. That is all councillors in favour. The amendment is carried into the original recommendation, in which has been moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harris reserving his right to speak, spoken to already by Councillor Pentridge. So taking that, I'm just going to take it back to Councillor Harris as the seconder. Would you like to speak now?
No, just still reserve that if I can for a bit.
Okay. And a question to now thank you, Councillor Gibson. A question regarding the amended motion.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to ask through you, Chair, if I may, to the consulting planner. This was previously, the appeal was upheld by the tribunal regarding the 8.4.1, the density for multiple dwellings, but indeed we still have discretions regarding the density for multiple dwellings included in this application. What confidence does the planner have that those have been addressed and that indeed the tribunal wouldn't find that still it doesn't meet those requirements?
Sure.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. So the tribunal didn't uphold the original. It found that it met the density standards in the original decision. It was the private open space that refused it on. So does that answer your question?
Same question.
Well, I suppose.
But changing?
Yeah, well, it does. That's not a problem question. Yes,
Yeah.
It's still private open space. Still requires discretion, though, nonetheless.
So
it's a different.
The private open space for that existing dwelling no longer requires a discretion because they have. If you meet the minimum dimension requirements, the discretion doesn't come in, which it now does. So the discretion around the location no longer comes into play.
It's the location has moved for the private open space.
The location is the same, but it now meets the minimum dimension under the permitted standard, which it previously didn't.
Yeah.
So we now no longer need to test the location.
Yes. But nonetheless, there's still discretions in terms of the driveway width and I suppose also the driveway passing living rooms of the existing dwelling. Would that be the case?
There's a discretion in terms of the width, but not in passing the living room because they put a screen on those windows, so it meets the permitted.
Thank you.
Further speakers, questions? Question, Councillor Gibson?
Plenty of time, obviously, for a response. Section 52, subsections 2 and 3.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Yes, I'm satisfied that they are met in that we are looking, the application was for the legal title of the land and not outside of it, so they did not need landowner consent aside from the landowner of the subject site.
A question, Councillor Dr. Raze? Well, it depends. Do you want to use your speaking time now? Yeah, fine.
If you don't mind. Thank you. Well, it has been an interesting session today, guys. And it's not the first time we have been facing a similar proposal. I'm really concerned about the impact of development proposal on the fabric of Australian society. This proposal is a reflection of the current trend of similar proposals that have been approved for the last few years. Basically, purchasing a traditional house with a back garden and build 2 or more units at the back with a concern about parking spaces. These proposals have raised concern of neighbors about the impact of their amenities and the availability of parking spaces. And the majority of these developments have been approved by the councils and tribunals. I really believe that we should have a hard look at the impact of this proposal on our community, especially on the health of mental well-being of the neighbors, and the wider consequences of housing affordability, rising rental rate, and homelessness. We must ask why recent drives to build units in the backyard of houses and the consequences of these on the neighborhood. It's fair to say, based on recent experiences, most developers, they turned some of these accommodation into short-term accommodation, and we know the impact of this in our housing market here. Look at what happened internationally. For example, Texas. Over the last 2-3 years, 60% of home buyers were investors like Launceston, who turned their houses into short-term accommodation. However, with the increased cost of living and reduction of people travel, this has turned part of Texas actually in a ghost town. And I'm therefore really concerned that Launceston might suffer the same fate in future if we are not careful about what's happening. Mayor and councillors, therefore, we have recently expressed our frustration and our impotence in supporting neighbors' concern about some developments in recent months. And at the same time, we have a great sympathy with the planning officers who are trying their best to apply the current planning regulation. But we also witness how some developers try to stretch the interpretation of the regulation with total disregard to neighbors' concerned because they often succeed with that. Therefore, I feel really that we should, especially developers, should take concern of the community into account and try to address them, because we could solve a lot of our problems and they wouldn't need to come to us. And I started lately actually to feel that we should use and should consider the impact of this development on the health and mental well-being of the neighbor and the community in our consideration in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raze. Further questions or speakers? Question or speaking?
Oh, I might just speak.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kai.
So with the tribunals, I found that with the tribunal's finding, which is based on the minimum standard for the private open space, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around a hypothetical drawing or whatever we put up. I feel that I really can't support this DA until I can actually assess this DA once it's fully done, because what I'm concerned about is the fact that if, let's say, the building surveyors did find it to be 30 centimetres too far over and they've got to reduce the size of the building, then wouldn't that then reduce the size of the private open space, which was one of the concerns that they had at the tribunal? So, sorry, speaking, I'm just going to just say my personal opinion. I can't approve this based on the way everything is, that I can't visually, physically see and assess the DA properly, where everything's being amended properly rather than just words.
So, Councillor Kai, would you like a response from the planners around if reducing the size of the house reduces the size of the open space?
That's one of the questions, yes.
Thanks, Councillor Kai. So I can't comment on what might transpire down the pathway if they weren't able to demonstrate that they can meet those minimum minimum setbacks that they've shown on the endorsed plans in relation to the legal title boundary. I can't comment as to
That's
how
okay.
that would impact the private open space, but it would only need a very small adjustment to the size of the house, which I can't see how that's going to impact on the private open space.
I have this trouble as well where I can't really comprehend.
Not that I can't comprehend, I just can't comment on a hypothetical situation in the future.
Well, this is sort of pretty much what we're sort of doing, a lot of hypotheticals here right now at the moment with this DA. So, I mean, there is more than one discretionary with this DA. So it's not just the private open space or if it's just the car park. There is actually a lot. And I personally feel like I don't have the experience to be able to just mentally see all that without it all being on paper and reading it through. So if we are not going to go back to redraw where I can physically see the drawings and do workouts and measurements and things like that, I wouldn't be able to support this DA.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. A question, Councillor Britton.
No, to speak if I can.
To speak?
Yeah, thank you. Like every time I've ever tried to do a lay down misère, everyone's jumped on me and made sure it is actually correct. In my opinion, we came here today, it nearly was a lay down misère. There was this small issue that we've now made an amendment to. And in my opinion, if this does go ahead, those issues will be dealt with. If that is indeed the cancellation of it, eventually that's fine. But I don't think that we should leave this room now sending it back to a tribunal where it is most likely going to lose and we're just going to spend ratepayers' money, in my opinion, what's the word I'm looking for? Irresponsibly. I understand there's a few things on here that are hard to sort of get, but it has been to tribunal, it's come back to us, it's up to us to make the decision today. I do support it, and I support it because I think now there's a bit of a fail-safe in there. If something has gone wrong, if it is wrong, then that'll be picked up later. Yeah, we spent a lot of time on it. I feel very comfortable, and yeah, I will be voting in support of this today.
Further questions or speakers? To speak?
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. I don't know which one's mine now. There we go. Look, I commend the people who've taken interest in this, the representatives who have spent a lot of time, because it's their neighbourhood and it's where they live, of course, and also for anyone who wishes to develop, that they wish to maximise their investment and bring about a result that is worth their time and effort. And I think in many aspects, this particular plan, indeed the one previous, has its admirable points. My difficulty is the cumulative effects of the discretions. And I note that our planning department would say, but it's not a cumulative thing. You can have many discretions and they don't add up to one big fail. You can discretion here, there and everywhere, but I suppose in a very tight area, in an area that already has a predominant single-storey dwellings, of course there are the occasional two-storey dwellings, in an area that's predominantly single dwellings per title, of course there are multiple dwellings on some titles as well. We've seen all that, and to some extent that was tested in the tribunal. But nonetheless, they were my initial concerns as well. What I've seen happen on council is that this becomes, in a sense, the Trojan horse, that once one of these is approved, then it becomes a justification for the next one down the street, and that becomes a justification for the next one, and so it goes in a general residential area. That by itself might not be a problem, but when it is indeed in such a tight area, of course, one of those discretions being the actual title size itself, it's below the recommended minimum size for a multiple dwelling. Nonetheless, again, that's a discretion that can be met through performance criteria. I understand all that, but it's that cumulative effect that will change the character of the area, albeit the original house on the street front is being retained. You know, there might be other cases similar to this where someone would just knock down the house and build 2 new units. In fact, it probably would help to meet some of the discretions if that was the case. They've got a difficult thing to work with by retaining that initial building on the site. So having said all that, you know, it's clear for me I'm struggling with this decision because I can see both sides to this. I can see that we may struggle in a tribunal, but I don't think our job here today is to try and decide what a tribunal might or might not say in regards to this. My particular interpretation of the planning scheme is that this flies too close to the wind as far as some of those discretions go. I think that things such as, you know, a narrow driveway, it not only affects the existing dwelling on that side, it affects the dwelling next door in this case. It's things like that that I find there's a reason why we have a recommended size in the planning scheme and this doesn't meet it. Now, is this an appropriate site for this development? I suppose that's not for me to say. All I can say today is that I'm not convinced that the performance criteria are being met, specifically when it comes to the dimensions, notwithstanding that those dimensions may or may not be accurate. I'm not relying on that in any shape, form whatsoever, and I do hope that that all resolves itself if this is successful and if it is approved today. But notwithstanding that particular clause that's now been entered in there, I still have concerns with the dimensions. I appreciate the efforts both of the developers to meet those criteria and of the representatives, you know, to draw those things to our attention. My real concern is that we live in a community where we do all need to get along, for better or for worse, and that we do need to move forward as a community. Yes, of course, we need housing at any cost, probably none. We do need development, we need investment. Sometimes these things are a lay down misere, to use the quote of the day. In this case, it's certainly not. And I think that some of the things that are of contention were not tested in the tribunal. They might have been given cursory sort of glance, but on the balance, I shall not be supporting this development application today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. For the speakers, Councillor Harris as the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for my fellow councillors for all your thoughts and comments, and thank you also to those residents of Invermay who came along today to tell us what's special about Invermay. And like all the others, I also find that it is a great place. However, to quote the planner, George, it is a bit of a lay-down misere when of the 4 or 5 concessions or discretions we have, only one of them really has not been ticked off at the TASCAT 47. And that only one is a very small matter of site coverage on the private open space of the existing house at the front, when a small area falls slightly within the 6 metres of the public open space of the balcony of the unit behind. So I do think if we are to approve this today, and certainly I think we should be approving this today, because as Councillor Britton says, I think if this goes to tribunal, we will certainly have very few grounds on which to deny it, and we have to come up with grounds should we deny it. We have talked in great detail about the location of it on the block, and I guess the problem with those old blocks of land was, as said, they were described and often boundaries were measured off an existing boundary as to where the new boundary went. And of course, if that existing one was in the wrong spot, then everything else thereafter is in the wrong spot. They didn't have geo-positioning that we will probably go out there and sort it out. However, we have found a way to address that, and if necessary, we may reduce the size of the building as we found out by a minor amendment. The amount we are talking about as far as the difference of where it might be. Could be as much as 10 or 12 centimetres, about the length of my pen. It's about 10 centimetres. That's all we're thinking about, to help you understand. It is not a great deal of distance. And similarly, Councillor Walker mentioned about the driveway having some condition because it did come in under the 3 metres. It was 2.9. Again, the length of my pen is all that it was. You could move your mirror in to achieve that as well. And if we are in fact approving this today, there is no doubt in my mind that this will be used, as Councillor Walker said, for others to say, you did it down there, what about me here? However, it is up to those individual landowners to say, no, I like my backyard. No one is going to force them to sell their land. No one is going to force them to actually build a unit in the backyard of their house. So all of those other residents who enjoy the amenity of having a 600 and something square metre block can still continue to do so. Because you must remember that 100 years ago, none of those houses were there. It was probably 150 years ago and 300 years ago, certainly there was none of this. So we're forever changing our environment. And if we don't, the alternative, if we are to address the Housing Commission, the homeless issue that others have talked about, is to continue the urban sprawl further and further from the CBD. That puts more strain on the services, more strain on transport and everything else. So some form of consolidation of existing residential land is necessary for us as a city to grow in number. And in fact, we've seen that Taswater have said there's no problem in putting another house behind from an infrastructure point of view. And in fact, it utilises underutilised infrastructure. So from my point of view, I encourage all of you to get behind this and support it, because I think it is almost a lay down misere that we do have, in this case, all of the answers to most of the discretions, with the exception of one. And I think that that's enough for me to support this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor, it's been a long time, but as the mover, would you like to close? And I'd just like a quick reference that I always called it open misere, but anyway.
You lay it down. Look, thanks everybody for their contribution. I do remind everybody we sit as a planning scheme and therefore we're making decisions under the planning scheme. Whether we like some of the social issues associated with what are going on are not what the planning scheme's about. It's nice to listen and understand. I hope the representatives have felt like they've got a good hearing around the table, because I think there's been a lot of issues raised today which are relevant to the comments that were made by the representatives. I'm pleased with the amendment that's been made in regards to the dimensions. I think that just gives a bit of clarity in regards to that aspect of it for everybody, and myself included in regards to that. This matter largely went to the tribunal a year or so ago. They granted leave for the proponent to come back to council, which means it must have been nearly there, because otherwise you go away for 2 years and you start again. So the reality of it is they felt there was not significant change required to enable it to be able to come back to council sooner than the 2 years. So that in itself, I think, is important. The discretions that Councillor Walker and others have spoken about were dealt with in the last iteration of this, as they have been again today. So in regards to that, the tribunal has tested a lot of the aspects of what we've been talking about today and concluded that the only thing that they were concerned about was the public open space aspects of it. They made some other comments in relation to various aspects. Some of those questions have been asked and answered again by the consultant planner and our planning officer. We've gone out, we've come back with a slight amendment to try and make sure we clarify the size aspects of the block to make sure that it fits within the dimensions. I also note that probably about 98% of the things that come to council for DA we don't ever see, because they're done under delegation. So we get the tough ones, the ones that do have contention. And I think it's important that people have the right to come and raise their issues with us, either for or against a planning issue. And I reserve everybody's right to do that. And I thank everybody for the contributions they make in regards to it. But I think on the balance of what we've heard today, on the balance of what the tribunal said in the previous case, I won't go as far as what Mr. Walker said, because it comes back to haunt you every time you say something like that. But I will say that I think this is a pretty likely case that if we were to not approve this today, that it will go back to the tribunal and get approved through that process. I appreciate whichever way we go today, it's probably likely to be appealed, but that's the choice of the proponents or the representatives based on the decision we made today. But like Councillor Harris, I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Putting the amended recommendation to the vote. All of those in favour? 8. All of those against? 3. The motion is carried. Those in favour were Deputy Mayor, Councillor Harris, Councillor Pentridge, Councillor Britton, Councillor Gibson, Mayor, Councillor Palmer and Councillor McMahon. Those against, Councillor Walker, Councillor Kai and Councillor Dr Raze. Just for any clarification for the minutes. So the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on through the agenda now, looking at, what's that? We no longer sit as a planning authority. Moving on through the agenda, announcements by the Mayor, 10.1. It's 2 pages worth, so I'm going to encourage everybody to read what we've been up to as we move on to councillor reports. Agenda item number 11, and Councillor Harris with a councillor report.
Yes, like you, I also have had a busy couple of weeks, and I won't go through them all today, other than to say that I attended the Franklin House Committee meeting yesterday, and the reason I mention that is because I do it every month, is in fact that we have been invited, and in fact we'll be attending there next week as a part of our workshop, I believe.
It's going to be a secret, but yes.
So that's out there. And the really good thing is, though, that the Franklin House Committee is run by a bunch of volunteers, but they have been awarded the 2023 Experts' Choice Award, which is based on a professional review from more than 100 publications of travel guides, magazines and newspapers. So these are professional travel people have assessed them as being expert guides. And less than 2% of businesses are ever rated in such a way. So it's a pity our representative from the Examiner has left, because Franklin House is really one of those gems that we have in our city that is underrepresented in visitors by residents of our city. So whilst we will go out there next week, I do encourage every resident in Launceston that might be listening to consider going out to Franklin House. It's open 7 days a week, and you will find there basically an unrestored but well-kept 1850s building, along with everything that was in it, including things like the schoolroom, etc. So off to the Franklin House. The only other thing that I'd like to perhaps mention as far as my councillor duty is concerned, I, along with many of my colleagues here, attended the Child Sexual Assault Report Rally last Friday, and it was a very moving experience to be there, and we look forward to the state government's response to that at some point in this month, we hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Further councillor reports, Councillor Kai.
Last Tuesday, I finished my online professional training course that consists of 3 development framework learning packages, and each package contained 3 modules, which took nearly 10 hours to complete. So I would like to personally thank General Manager Leanne Purchase for spending those 10 hours helping me over the 2-day period, and I would highly recommend this course to my fellow councillors who have not yet completed it. The package contained essential knowledge and skills especially designed for councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guy. Councillor Walker.
Yes, I'm not wishing to repeat things exactly, but along with Councillor Harris, I was at that tabling of the final report of the Commission of Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse, and I just wanted, and along with, I think, perhaps our Deputy Mayor and Councillor Dawkins, our Mayor indeed, many, Councillor McMahon, probably others, other politicians, all sorts there. But I also met for the first time Lawrence Donaldson, who I know has contacted councillors previously in regards to acknowledging that, that people in the community do suffer from the consequences. And he was one of the people that helped to organise the ribbons, and indeed this event was called Ribbons of Reflection, and it has been heartening to see places like the LGH and other places around town where people have almost spontaneously placed ribbons. That community relief in being able to express their concerns and their care, indeed their own experiences when it comes to all the issues contained, and I'm no doubt more in regards to this final report that's been handed down by the Commission of Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse. So I just want to acknowledge Lawrence and the work that he's done. I'm sure many, many others. He's just one that I've met, and I know one that personally did, I suppose, agitate for that community recognition more than anything else. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any further councillor reports? There being none, we'll move on to agenda item number 12, questions by councillors. 12.1, we'll see that there are no questions on notice as a part of this agenda. 12.2, councillors' questions without notice. Councillor Kai?
Thank you, Mayor. At a council meeting a couple of months back, I asked the question regarding the increase on parking fines. Now, I was told that it was only a 39% increase, and that it was and that it keeps in sync with the statewide penalty rates. So the reason why I brought this up was because a lot of people have been asking me about it. So I went back and told them it's only a 39% increase, like I was told. I don't know, maybe I got it wrong. But at the moment, I've got a lot of people complaining to me about the parking fines that have jumped from $30 to nearly $100. So could somebody explain to the community how that fits into the 39% increase?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. I might invite General Manager Ryan or Duncan or to come and speak. But I will just say, as Duncan goes to the mic, that these penalty points have always been in place around the $97.50, and that it's the alleviation of the early fee of $25 that has now moved away. But Duncan will be able to far better explain how this process has come about with the bylaw and the point state system.
Sure. So the 39% was when the bylaw was made in June, and the CPI is applied each year. So it was 39% when council made the decision on the 10th of June of this year, I believe. Once we got to the 1st of July, that amount was indexed by the state government. So the change was actually something like 45%. And sorry, if you could just repeat your question about the other jump or change.
So my only question was the 39% increase. So if fines were at say $25, $35, how, even if it went up by 45%, like you said, how does it go from $30 to $100? That is more than double. So it's over 100%, even 200%. So people the community is very concerned, because I actually asked this question at the meeting. So I did ask this question because I was approached by the community saying, "Oh, did you know the fines are going up by?" I thought at the start was 36%. So I remember bringing it up, and then I was corrected that it wasn't 36%; it was 39%. So if you get a $30 fine, 39% isn't $100. So how do I go back to the community to explain to them that I've told them it was only a 39% increase, when now it's 200 or even more, 300 even. So I am getting a lot of questions that I can't answer. So maybe if you can answer for us, yeah.
So council, before this new bylaws came into place, we had discounts for early payment. So we're an outlier in that regard. The other councils didn't have that mechanism. So we took the view was taken that there should be consistency across the different councils in Tasmania. So each council that has parking fines for paid parking meters will have discounts for early payments. In your permissive parking fines, so in parking over a yellow line, these sorts of things, councils, generally speaking, don't have an early, like a discount payment. So that's why when we moved from the old system to the new, to have consistency across the state, it removed that early payment discount. And that's why you'll see there was, at that time, a large increase, but it's still in line with other councils across Tasmania.
But I feel like we have lied to the community, because I went around telling everyone that it was only a 39% increase, where now they're coming back to me to say, well, Susie, what happened to this 39% increase? Because normally it's $30 and now it's $100. So in that sense, I feel like what I voted for on the day for this increase, my understanding was that it was only going to be 39%. So I guess it's something that I still can't get my head around, and I'm not sure that the community can either. And it's just, it is such a big jump, and not everybody deliberately does the wrong thing and not pay for their parking, but it does happen when you're racing from one place to another, or if you can't get back to the parking meter to top up more money, because not everybody has the app as well. So is there any way, council, is there anything that council can do to help alleviate that huge impact on people who has got a fine?
So Councillor Kai,
Yeah.
I think without speaking for other councillors, there is communications. I'm getting about maybe 3 a day around stories and tales of how people have received their parking fines. And we do have a process of withdrawal, and we have an assessment panel that do assess those circumstances. And that's probably part of a position that we need to have a position of council. So I fully commend your question to going forward as to how do we address this in a unified matter, and how our understanding was through these bylaws. But to just firm up what Duncan was saying, that we were the only council that was doing early bird fees and having the $25 offset. And now we are state aligned with the bylaws and the points. And if there's further work and further conversation around this, it's around the narrative as we move forward as a council, saying the same thing together and understanding what we've voted for, and that there is a process of withdrawal for parking fines.
Rather than withdrawal, because you can't give everybody withdrawal on their parking fines, couldn't we at least go back to that early fine or early payment fine, so that there is not such a big steep increase?
Yeah, so going with that and saying what we feel and what we believe is fair, we can take that on notice, and we can have more of a conversation around, now that it's been implemented, we've heard from the community, and we're going to listen, and we can have a conversation and take some more time to get answers and more opinions from around the table as well as that, for sure.
Thank you.
A question, Councillor Britton. It can be around the same vein if it's related.
No, I'm just going to be quick. What was without the early bird, what was the last amount for a fine?
97 is the amount it is now, isn't it? Am I correct in understanding that?
Yeah.
This has always been the fee. It's just that we've had an early bird pay early and get a discount, then that's now been taken away, and you're paying the penalty point that it's delegated to by the state.
So would it be correct to say that $25, $30 fines weren't that, they were actually more previously, but they were 60, but we just gave that early bird. So I think that's what we need to be getting across to the public. So they were always $60, but we did have an early bird payment system that we don't now. There's a 39% increase, which has taken us to $97.50, and we don't have the early bird. Is that about right?
Yes. Yeah.
Can we go back to?
So we can take that part of the question on notice,
Go back
and we
to
can have
100?
a discussion around that.
Yeah, it will, because when you've jumped to 100, then you've got all these people who don't want to pay their fines anymore. where at least when it was cheaper and affordable, they can pay for it. I mean, if it's between my week's grocery and paying for my fine, there's that guy who's got 10 fines he hasn't paid. We don't really want everyone to do what he's doing.
I don't think that that's necessarily a great comparison around that particular circumstance.
But what I'm saying is when it comes to a point where they've got to decide whether to buy groceries for, you know, for the family or to pay for this fine, and once people have held on to one, not paid for one fine, it might become even a trend that, you know, it's no longer, what's it called, you know, I've already done it once, I'll do it again and then again. So if we are able to keep it down where it's affordable and people can afford it, like I said, not everyone who gets a fine deliberately not pay for their parking. So quite often there are mistakes, there are people rushing, there are people who just forget. So
and that's where the withdrawal process does allow for those sorts of circumstances though as well. And that withdrawal process doesn't mean that they get taken and withdrawn all the time, that they take into account the circumstances of a person and what the situation brought about. But yes, we absolutely are with you.
Can you explain to whoever's listening how the withdrawal process works?
We can do that as we take it on notice, because then that will get responded to
Right.
officially.
Okay.
And and we can, I think, definitely, and around exactly what you're bringing up, the correspondence around how and why, I believe that there is some work going on in that space. We'll work with our comms team to ensure that the community understands, because we want to be a part of an empathetic community. But also what we have to understand is fines are generally given for doing the wrong thing in a parking situation, but there are circumstances where a withdrawal team can look into it and look at that and approach that with empathy.
See, I don't know about the withdrawal team, so if I got a fine,
and that's why
I would just go and pay it. So to me, it would make more sense to have a smaller fine that I'll just go and pay it, rather than having to go through the withdrawal process of actually getting my whole fine taken off. So if I did something wrong, I do realise, even though it wasn't deliberate, I would still want to pay my fine and get that out of the way. But when it's jumped up by like 300%, then it gets to the point where, you know, I've really got to choose between one or another, then I might not pay my fine.
Yeah,
and
but we'll take it on notice and we'll get a response that we're all able to then look at and take forward as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pentridge?
This might be inappropriate. I sympathise with what my councillor is saying. I got the feeling initially that would we have all voted for that rise if we had known it was going to be 300%? And I think what Sue was trying to say initially was that we were led to believe it would be a 37% increase. Then, to everyone's horror, it's turned out to be 300%. So, and that's only my interpretation of what I think she was trying to say. And I think she was suggesting, was there a way of revisiting that and then give us the opportunity to vote, knowing it's going to be 300% rather than 37%. Anyway.
Yeah, but again, Councillor Pentridge, we'll take that on notice and we'll get some responses, and then there will be some action points from that as well. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, I've previously asked, Chair, in regards to the off-ramp at Kings Meadows on the Midland Highway. The CEO did say he would speak to the state government in regards to that, and just the ongoing issues of traffic banking up there, trying to get off onto Connector Park Road, I believe it is. But also in that area, there is talk of a more substantial truck lay-by area. And I'm just wondering if the CEO can give any updates from the state government in regards to traffic movements in the area.
I can give an update on the first part in saying that we did meet with the Deputy Premier, and this was a part of the conversation, and that conversation is internally still continuing. There were no specific advancements or further conversations into the direction of that, but I feel comfortable in saying that some of the expressions of concern from our community were noted and were listened to. But yeah, if you want some more response to that also, I'm more than happy to take it on notice and to get more of a formal response. That was just from me being in the room.
Anything that can be tabled, yes, because I do think it's an urgent matter. Thank you,
Sure.
Chair.
Any further councillor questions without notice? Okay, there being none. Moving forward to agenda item number 13, 13.1, the Heritage Advisory Committee meeting. So the recommendation here is that council receives the report from the Heritage Advisory Committee meeting that was held on the 26th of July 2023. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Kai, a seconder? Councillor Pentridge? Councillor Kai, as the mover, would you like to speak?
I'm going to highlight a few items from the Launceston Heritage Advisory Committee meeting held on the... Should I start again? No, okay. Held on the 26th of July. To start with, we welcomed a new community representative, Jeff Council, who will bring great knowledge to the table. Catherine from Launceston Historical Society demonstrated to us how tourists and locals could make use of the phone app Cia on the Road. So it's CYA on the Road. It's an app you can download, and that's a self-guided walking tour of Launceston's historic precinct. Because of its value and benefit, some of the committee's heritage funds have been used to translate the walk into Chinese and spoken in Mandarin. Some of our funds have also been used to appoint a heritage consultant to help with the progress of the heritage list review. The salvaging of building materials was something the committee are keen to make happen. A suggestion for architect to be made available to advise developers and project proponents through council has been discussed at length. Discussions and considerations for bursary policy to include heritage tradespeople. So that was what Jill was asking earlier. Because of Launceston is a heritage city, it would make sense to provide training resources to apprentices and builders interested in learning heritage crafts. This would provide a bursary for an apprentice or early years tradesperson to undertake a course at a heritage trade school anywhere in the world. Another option discussed was to bring a trades teacher to Launceston to offer a short course on a particular heritage trade skills. The bursary could also be a joint venture with an educational institution such as TAFE or with the Master Builders Association. To end the meeting, we had a tour down to the Macquarie House basement, which is being mooted for developing a bookable public art exhibition space that community groups can hire or make use of for art-related events. Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Pentridge is the seconder.
Just to assist my colleague here, I did talk to the Master Builders Association. Sorry. I could ask you to wait, can't I did talk to the Master Association, Master Builders Association, and the reason I'm bringing this up now, I hope that we all give it some consideration. They would be a reasonable body. I think from what they were saying, they have some 150 odd apprentices who they then hire out to different people, and if the work ceases, they come back to them and they find them somewhere else so they can finish their apprenticeships. And so I've suggested to them, and they're going to discuss it in their educational part. And I just think it would be a great asset. I don't know about sending someone away, because that's just one person, but there'd be a lot of value in getting someone to come and have it as an addition to their course if they're interested. So that's what will be coming up somewhere down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Further comments around the table? Councillor Gibson.
Thanks. I really look forward to a recommendation coming from the Heritage Advisory pertaining to Macquarie House, because I think that sounds exciting. We hear very often from not-for-profit groups, arts groups in particular, that there is a lack of space, a lack of exhibition space, but also studio space. We know, obviously, the Launceston Arts Society have found a new home at the RSL, which is working for them, but there are other groups as well that find themselves without a home. So I really look forward to that recommendation coming, and also quite excited about the Cia app that Councillor Kai referenced there as well.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Kai, as the mover, would you like to close? Oh. Yeah.
The bursary that we talked about, the bursary policy, it will probably come to council because there is a scholarship and bursary committee we have on the council, and recently we've just approved the Ariana scholarship for the swimmers. So we're hoping maybe this can come through to council to have a scholarship for these tradespeople to learn more on the heritage trades to keep Launceston with heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Putting the motion to the vote, all of those in favour? That is all councillors present. Motion is carried. 13.2 on the agenda is the Tender Review Committee meeting from the 24th of August. So the recommendation is that council notes the decision of the Tender Review Committee to accept the tenders submitted by SBLA Studio around the City Park play space, landscape, architecture and play equipment design, and also the Baker Group for Edinburgh Street and the pavement rehabilitations. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Walker? A seconder? Councillor Harris? Councillor Walker.
As noted there, the tender for the landscape architecture for City Park might raise the interest of some people. This is not the actual replacement of the play equipment that is there per se, rather a design brief to landscape the area, and I think to make suggestions for play equipment design for the area. So it'll be an ongoing project that will seek, of course, community input into the process. So, so it's something for parents, children, all of us to look forward to in regards to that. Just for people's information. Otherwise, the pavement rehabilitation, I'm sure there's many pavements that need a little bit of rehabilitation here and there around Launceston, and it's good to see this being done out in southern Kings Meadows. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Harris is the seconder. Any other speakers? Councillor Walker, would you like to close? Okay, putting it to the vote then. All of those in favour of the recommendation? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. 14 on the agenda, Community and Place Network. 14.1, Cultural Advisory Committee Terms of Reference. Now, I'd like to invite our General Manager of Community and Place, General Manager Ryan, just on a little bit of an update for the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to just see if we can make a slight amendment, given some late feedback that came on this item. What I'm suggesting is some amendment to the wording within the terms of reference, specific to page 38 on the agenda. First one being to the selection process, and the second being to the terms of appointment. Read these. I'll read those if I could. So what's being suggested is that within the selection process section of the terms of reference, it will now read: the selection panel will include the Council's General Manager Community and Place Network, General Manager Creative Arts and Cultural Services Network, Manager Livable Communities and the Cultural Place Development Officer. The Chair of the Committee will also be invited to participate in this selection process. The Committee will assess the nominations against the selection criteria and recommend appointments to Council for endorsement. The second change is pertinent to the terms of appointment. Point 2, being members completing a 2-year term may reapply for further 2-year term. Appointments beyond 4 years will require committee endorsement prior to reapplying for a further 2-year period. And that's changing the previous point that was included, suggesting that there wouldn't be support for an extension post 4 years.
Thank you, General Manager. Looking for somebody to move the amended recommendation. Councillor Walker. A seconder. Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker. Oh, a question? Question, Councillor Gibson.
Thanks for that late change there, General Manager. Before I decide whether or not I'll be supporting that, how does that fit with all of our terms of reference that require community panel members?
So there is a mixed bag across how the terms of reference are structured for all the different committees. We are currently working through a process across the organisation to get some alignment on the templates and how they are structured. So I can't speak to all of them. I know there's certainly ones that I'm involved in. There are some variations. Not all of them require the chair of the committee to be involved.
Sorry, I'm not specific around the chair because I think that's a good addition. The question is around the conclusion of terms. My understanding was, in fact, it was from your division that change actually came in. I can think of a couple of committees where it was needed. So on what basis have you gone with your decision in terms of the terms for community reps?
Yeah, and thank you. So the amendment has been put forward on the basis that we have some good, strong contributors to the committee. This committee has taken a period of time to get to the stage it's at now. I guess we would like to be in a position where if the members who are part of that committee are still strongly contributing, are able to continue to do that, we would like them to be a part of it, noting that any extension past the 4-year term has to be endorsed by the committee to make sure that there is acceptance within that group, that there is value being added post that 4-year term.
And Mayor, if I could, just to understand, is this going to be something else you're going to bring forward with all the other committees of which terms of reference need to be updated within 2 years of an election? Is that something that you're going to be bringing forward for all of the other committees, i.e. heritage, etc., as well?
I'd suggest that we work through that review process of trying to get some alignment across the terms of reference. That would be considered as part of that. And ideally, a consistent approach would be applied, but I think it would be dependent on the makeup and the structure of the terms of reference and the committee.
And my final question is, from a corporate governance perspective, obviously I'm thinking back to lots of the challenges we've had on committees where it's been very difficult to get rid of contributors who are in fact making the committees untenable, and whereby getting any work out of the committees has been a challenge due to people who have been there in some instances 10, 15, 20 years. What expert advice from Leanne's department have we had with regard to change such as this and its implications, I guess?
So some discussions we had with the governance team briefly this morning before bringing this amendment forward, noting that obviously greater compliance across the organisation needs to be discussed further, which may in turn potentially amend this and others. But there has been discussion with that team prior to this being put forward.
Any further questions to speak or a question, Councillor Pentridge? Yeah, question?
Look, something that, and I might go picking words out of, and I tend to agree wholeheartedly that people shouldn't be on committees if they don't fit in and if they're not contributing. Sort of question or the comment that I'm concerned about, should that have not come back to a workshop to where the councillors discuss it, or has that decision been made?
No. We're having this discussion now.
And I would have liked to have thought that we could add that people who are on some of those committees, I mean, I can recall the conversations where our former mayor made it clear that if we didn't allocate to some of these positions, he'd allocate for us because it needed to be shared amongst the councillors, right? If you remember. So, and I have no problem with that. But really, somewhere along the line, maybe there needs to be an opportunity where people feel off their own back that they are not being contributors, that they have the opportunity, not so much to walk away, but to offer someone else who might think they can add more to it in the interest of the process. Thank you. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Question, Councillor Walker? Just noting also, Councillor McMahon has a prior engagement and has left. For those listening?
But just to be clear, this is an amendment to the motion that these be adopted as the terms of reference.
Correct.
So that amendment is prior to this being moved. I suppose this hasn't been moved yet. So my question, I suppose, goes to, and I too don't have an issue with, as I am the chair of the committee, the chair being involved in the selection of the community members of the committee, either or. I have complete faith in the staff as well in that process. But when it does come to the terms, I didn't see a particular problem with what we have so far, I suppose. So I suppose I'm asking, well, what I'm hearing, I suppose, is this is coming from, oh, we don't want to lose good people. But in essence, I would have thought that they could reapply anyway and that there shouldn't be any impediment to that. So is that the main only reason for that amendment?
I would be comfortable in saying that the wording that's been changed was anybody prior to two-year terms, their reapplication would not be supported. That's where this wording has come in to change.
Correct. So it's provided the opportunity for people to continue for a further term upon reapplication.
While we're doing amendments, I might just ask by the CEO, through you, Chair, perhaps to the CEO, we also make reference to an Aboriginal reference group, which previously was connected to the Queen Victoria Museum. I'm not sure of the functionality of that group, if that still exists, and whether that would be the appropriate conduit for the committee, or whether indeed reference to the Aboriginal Partnership Plan might be more appropriate.
CEO.
So the reference group still exists and is still attached to the QB MAG. So in terms of the panel, that still hasn't been formed yet from the Aboriginal Partnership Plan. So that would be the appropriate vehicle once it's formed. So I think an amendment would happen perhaps more holistically across all policies when that comes into existence. So.
To speak or question? Question, Councillor Gibson?
Yeah, thanks so much. I would like to request a process that this is taken off the agenda today for consideration. I think there needs to be some consistency with regard to community representations on committees. We've got a lot of committees that call for community reps. I'm thinking of the Gorge, I'm thinking of obviously heritage and homelessness. There are others, and I think that there needs to be, and there always has been, a consistency around the community representation and ensuring that it's an open, transparent process where, you know, a variety of ideas, etc., can come forward. And whilst I appreciate the words that have been added there with regard to endorsement being required from the committee prior to reapplication, I think that just needs a little bit more thinking and a little more preparation. I would seek to ask if we could have it considered in the broader sense before then it comes back in its first iteration with the Heritage, with the Cultural Advisory Committee. And I'm happy to move that if, or for the CEO to respond initially and then to move it if required.
So to understand that without the amendments that have been made this morning, or that would be fine. It's the amendments that have been made subsequent to the agenda being published that is the issue.
Consistency around community representation and the process for all of our communities.
Yeah. Well, again, probably the better way would be to revert and then to deal with that again in a similar way as what we do through what I just discussed in respect of the Aboriginal reference group, transitioning across to the panel once that's formed, perhaps. It's up, again, we're in the hands of the council, but if that's the determinant, of course we can just withdraw it and
Absolutely, and happy to withdraw based on some of the feedback I've heard from around the table today to maybe seek a more consistent approach to how they might be applied.
Question, Deputy Mayor?
Just after question, because I looked at these and, you know, the after 4 year one's probably a bit of a change to what we've been used to. My understanding, and clearly the other committees I've been involved in, is that we realigned everyone for 2 years. We used to have biannual elections, every 2-year elections for council, and therefore we always had this rolling thing where you'd be for 2 years and then you'd be renewed. So we've done the same thing to maintain, so there's an opportunity for change of councillors during the 2-year period. That's why we appoint for 2 years, so that you're not there for 4 necessarily, gives a chance for that change around. With the community, it says you may reapply after 2 years. Doesn't mean the committee has to accept that reapplication. Whenever we've done it in Heritage and other, we've actually gone to the press and we've actually put an advertisement in for community representatives. We've got representatives put up their name and come through, often the same people, sometimes not, at which time if you get more than 2, and you might get 4, 2 of those may be existing and 2 of them might be not existing. Then it's up to the committee and that reference group of people that you're talking about to assess whether we put somebody new on or keep the original ones because they're still contributing. So to me, your amendment deals with that. And I don't even need to talk about after 4 years, to be honest. You just say every 2 years it rolls and people apply and they get accepted or they don't get accepted. So your national transition and dealing with the issue Councillor Gibson was commenting about, if somebody's not contributing, they don't get reappointed. To me, that's a simple process, and I'm not sure whether we're overcomplicating it. So it may be good to take it offline to look at it, but my question is, I'm not sure that the original process didn't actually deal with that.
Yeah, I'm hearing more about the consistent approach, which I think is where the...
Yeah, which I get that.
Yep.
I'm more than happy to second Councillor Gibson's suggestion, and I do think that there does need to be consistency. Indeed, you know, what we might come back with is a model set of rules for certain areas within committee terms of reference, which might have to do with terms of appointment and membership, you know, certain things like that. So, you know, I suppose we still have in front of us an item to be considered, but I suppose if, you know, wait and see if Councillor Gibson moves that, but I'm more than happy to support that.
It's been moved. It's been moved by Councillor Walker. And second.
Well, sorry, I'm happy to move. I heard that the GM was happy to withdraw it, so whatever.
Yeah, well, if you withdraw that,
yep. So I'll withdraw the motion.
Because he's withdrawn the document.
Yes.
I'll move the motion to accept these terms of reference. If we're up to.
So accepting the original.
Excuse me. We'll just straighten this up a bit. So you moved an amended officer recommendation, correct?
Correct.
So that was then moved by you and then...
No, not by Councillor Gibson.
So it hasn't been moved. So we can withdraw it from the agenda at our choice, and that's what we're going to do.
That's what we've done. Yep.
Yeah.
So what did Councillor Walker and Councillor Pentridge do?
No.
Why did I write their names down? Okay. Yeah, they did. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well,
we didn't actually have a motion.
So moving on to 14.2. I got it. Yeah. Yeah. So you're in 14.2 as well. So the way we're going to move forward with 14.2 and the declared interests, we've got the recommendation here, which is to approve the following small event sponsorship applications to receive the recommended sponsorship amounts. With those declared interests, I'm declaring an interest here around Launceston Carols by Candlelight as a committee member, and Deputy Mayor is declaring an interest around the Cancer Council. So I am going to leave and hand to you, Deputy Mayor, to deal with Carols by Candlelight. I shall then return and we will tag team. You will leave and we will deal then with the Cancer Council. You will then return and we will deal with the rest of those recommendations as a bulk order. So, Deputy Mayor, have the seat. The chair is yours.
So I just call for a mover of the motion in relation to the Launceston Carols by Candlelight. Andrew, Councillor Palmer, and second Councillor Razo. Any questions or comments anybody wishes to make? Question, Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Just Launceston Carols by Candlelight Inc., I believe, have relocated their event from the casino at Prospect, which is in Meander Valley, to the Silver Dome for this year. So just checking that that is in Launceston Council area or not, because I don't believe we fund normally events outside Launceston's council area.
Yeah, understand it is? Yeah.
Okay, it is. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Gibson.
It's probably more administrative, but moving forward, I think we're going to need to have at least something as an attachment for councillors to consider events. At minimum, they used to be printed and at least made accessible for councillors to be able to look at. Some of those questions, such as where is the event, etc., would have been able to be answered. So something to note, please, moving forward.
Okay, so noted. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Councillor Kai?
Is this the same Launceston Carols by Candlelight as the ones they used to have in the city park? Or is that different?
Sorry, the Carols by Candlelight have been run by a number of organisations over the years. They used to be the Lions Club, they then moved to the casino, and they've now moved to the Silver Dome. And I assume Inc. means that it's actually an organisation which is separate to itself. So it's a Launceston Carols by Candlelight Inc., which is an organisation which is formed for the purpose of doing the Carols by Candlelight, and it's being held in the Launceston municipality at the Silver Dome this year is the plan.
Right, so does that mean there's not going to be any more at the city park?
At this stage, I guess at the moment, this is the only one in town that we're looking at.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Raso?
Thanks.
You probably should stand, we are still in.
Yeah. Danny, Councillor Gibson, I mean, you were involved in this event in the past in the city park. Do you think in the future we might have another opportunity perhaps to, like in the future, to have similar things or different things, just like?
To be fair, Councillor Raso, it's not today's decision. The answer is that may be, but that'll be up to some future committee to make that decision as to whether there is. Today, it's about whether we are prepared to fund the Carols by Candlelight event, which is actually going to be take place at the Silver Dome, and we're putting $5,000 towards that happening. So it's really any other questions before we go? Councillor Pentridge.
Mr. Acting Mayor, did we go to the Silver Dome to be undercover, or was it simply that the people that are running it chose to be there?
Well, I can't speak for the organisers. I can only speak for, sorry, Dan?
I can answer that one, Councillor Pentridge. So the organisation has been working around developing Carols by Candlelight, made the decision themselves to relocate to the Silver Dome. There was multiple factors, to my understanding, without sitting as part of the committee, that contributed to that decision, but it was their choice, which they made recently.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Okay, somebody would like to move the motion? Councillor Walker, somebody second it. Councillor Raze. Any further discussion or comments anyone wishes to make? Councillor Palmer.
So I thought I removed 40.2.
Oh, sorry, my apologies, you did. Councillor, yeah, you did. My apologies. Yeah, sorry, we got on to question time, so my apologies. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor? Sorry.
And just, thank you. And just to clarify, are we speaking on the whole, or are we just doing the...
Just the Carols by Candlelight.
And then we're going to come back to...
Then we're going to do Cancer Council and then the rest.
Right, so individual, okay. Look, just to give a bit of background, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And if Councillor McMahon was here, she would most definitely speak, and I would just like to acknowledge her as the chair, and she does a wonderful job. Just for a bit of background, it has been quite contentious, the funding. At the time of allocating the funding for the Launceston Carols by Candlelight was not being held in our municipality, but the panel did acknowledge the significance and importance of this event to our community and ensuring that it goes ahead. So with that in mind, an exception was made and $5,000 was supported, but with a note that if this event was held outside our boundary beyond this year, funding would not be approved. Since that time, we have been informed and notified that the Carols will be moving to the Silver Dome. And personally, like everyone around this table, I would say that it is a significant event in our community, and the set of circumstances, I believe it has been really messy, and I hope that in future it is not. But it's such an important event that we can't afford for it not to be on, because there'd be a lot of upset families out there in the community, ours one of them. So, yeah, I put this forward for everyone to accept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Would you like to speak as a second of the motion, Councillor Russo?
As Councillor Palmer said, this has been a major event to the community. I attended most of them. It gives a great pleasure for so many families and their children. It reminds them at least that Christmas is around the corner, and it has been a great event, and I'd like to continue in the future to support this event as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments by any councillors? Like to close, Councillor Palmer?
No, thanks.
Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Or put your hand up, sorry. That's all councillors present. Motion passed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's an interesting experience. Moving forward to now just dealing with the third item down in the table, the Cancer Council Tasmania Relay for Life, which the recommendation is coming in at $5,000 of support from the assessment panel. So just dealing with the Cancer Council, with Deputy Mayor having a declared interest, do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Gibson? A seconder? Councillor Harris? Councillor Gibson, would you like to speak? Councillor Harris?
Only that this event out at the St Leonard, I assume it's going to be held at St Leonard's Athletic Track. I'm not on the committee.
Silverdome.
Silverdome? No, for the Council as well. They're doing the walk in the Silverdome as well.
They did it last year there too. It was an excellent.
There you go.
and
Things
outdoor.
change from when you move to the committee. Been a long-standing fundraiser for the Cancer Council, and is a great community event. And I guess the advantage of being inside the Silverdome is it doesn't rain in there, unlike the outdoor activities at St Leonard. So great that this is being supported, and happy to second the motion.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Gibson, is the move to close? Okay, all of those in favour. Cancer Council Tasmania, $5,000. That is all councillors present. Motion is carried. We welcome back Deputy Mayor. Okay, the remaining assessment table we'll be voting on in its entirety. Can I have somebody to move the recommendation to approve the rest of the table that hasn't been moved yet? Somebody to move. Councillor Palmer, a seconder. Councillor Gibson. Councillor Palmer, would you like to speak? Councillor Gibson.
Just briefly to say, it's always wonderful to support a diverse range of events. It's great also to see some new ones that have been considered as part of the small event sponsorship, and we wish them all well.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Palmer to close as the mover. Any other speakers? Any questions? Okay, all of those in favour of the recommendation? That is all councillors present. Motion is carried. Okay, moving forward in the same vein to 14.3, major event sponsorships. The seconder was, the mover was Gibson, the seconder was, mover was Palmer, seconder was. All good? Okay. 14.3, major event sponsorship. The recommendation is to approve the following major event sponsorship applications to receive the recommended sponsorship amounts. I don't have any declared interest, so we will deal with this table as a whole. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Palmer? A seconder? Councillor Gibson? Councillor Palmer, as the mover, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. The major event sponsorship saw a wide and varied range of events supported, from classical music, the arts, golf, jamborees, drill dance, gaming, motorsport, and celebrating harmony, just to name a few. As a community, we are very fortunate to have such a broad range of events being put together for our enjoyment. And once again, she's not here at the moment, but Councillor McMahon is chair of this and does a wonderful job. Just like to acknowledge her and thank you very much. And I strongly recommend everyone approve this. Thank you.
Councillor Gibson is the seconder.
Thanks so much. Follow the words of Councillor Palmer. There's a great diversity of events and many new events, but one that I think our community will be very happy about, and one that I'm particularly chuffed at, having worked quite hard to see it come to fruition, is the return of Symphony Under the Stars to our Launceston community next year. And I think the model, whilst of course I wasn't able to read it in any depth, but I think the model that sees an organisation like the TSO working with corporate business partners is absolutely a great outcome for our city. We know that the loss of that from City Park was something that our community really missed in recent years, and I think it will be so welcomed. And I really thank the TSO, together with obviously Bass Radio, LAFM, Chili FM, for the negotiations that have gone on there, facilitated by our council staff, which is appreciated, is a great outcome for our community, alongside all of the new and existing events that we'll see.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. A question, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just a procedural issue. I note that when we approve this, we'll go into deficit in major events. And in the previous one, there was a recommendation to move the surplus of funds out of the small events category across. Is that something we need to formally move to do that? Or is that just something that's procedurally happens between, we don't?
It still falls under the...
Yeah, no, that's why I make
the
sure that we don't need to do
14.3
one
for
from
this
one
one
bucket to
particularly.
another.
We're not changing the statutory budget, so no, we don't need to.
Thank you. Good question, though. Okay, any other speakers to the table? Councillor Palmer as the mover. Anything to close? Okay. All of those in favour, putting it to a vote. That is all councillors present. The table on the budget amendment is approved and moved forward. 14.4. Launceston Residential Land Review, June 2023. We'll note that the recommendation is that council endorses the Launceston Residential Land Review report and the Launceston Land Review attachment to the report. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Walker, a seconder. Councillor Harris. Councillor Walker.
If I may just start with a question, as interesting as this executive summary and detailed report is for not just Launceston but the greater Launceston region, can I just get a clarity over the origins of this report and what's brought it about? As far as I'm aware, it wasn't council that requested this, but nonetheless there's been plenty of questions in regards to general land availability for some time. So if there is a history there, before I speak, that would be good.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Manager of City Development or General Manager? Okay, Richard, thank you.
This report was commissioned some time ago as an update to a report that was done in 2017 by Jeff Walensky to provide a solid evidence base to underpin our planning scheme decisions and also to underpin initiatives such as the South Prospect development. Given the passage of time, it needed to be refreshed in terms of updating that, particularly given the length of time South Prospect's been on the drawing board, and so it was refreshed approximately 2 years ago for that purpose.
Happy to speak to the matter, if I may, Chair. Look, it did make for fascinating reading, and I'd recommend it, not just obviously people of Launceston, but the greater northern Tasmanian region. Although we've commissioned it, obviously refers to the surrounding municipalities. So there's a little bit in there for everyone in that regard. We note that council does have a strategy and a policy around potential areas for future development, and those areas are assessed in here, including South Prospect and also out at St Leonard's. But we also note that that land has not yet been rezoned as residential land, so it is not, it's agricultural to the most part. And so there's a lot of water to go under the bridge before that is achieved. They will go some way to addressing the issues that are identified in this report. And, you know, therefore they sort of fall under those categories of, you know, priority projects and things like that. But we also know that the infrastructure that goes with these developments will also be significant for Launceston. We also note that Launceston does have a significant amount of land of its own, and that is not being included in this report. So that is something I would think that as a council we do need to consider, and hopefully will consider in the near future. Also, future provision of land, either through council ownership or otherwise state or federal, might also be something that needs to be considered, because, of course, for every development, there are repercussions. And, you know, every other city faces the same conundrum. That spread of urbanisation brings with it pressures upon the existing infrastructure. And while that's not the priority of this report, this is more about looking at what the expected demand will be and how that will be met. It's also something that I know is at the forefront of not just our planners and our staff, but also councillors too. There's very few cities in Australia that are planned to any great degree, and that includes Launceston. It's an organic process, but wherever and whenever we can make those types of provisions, whether it's, you know, roads that will service an area such as St Leonard's, whether it is the provision of future land development in Launceston that is in some ways project managed or sponsored by council or by state or by federal government. These are all appropriate things. And at the same time, as much as we might like to predict the future, I think the thing that we've learned, perhaps especially over the last 4 years, is that it is actually quite hard to predict. And it's unexpected when there are population increases, and unexpected when it plateaus, or in fact it decreases. And, you know, it's only been very recently that data that's actually attained from Commonwealth Bank address records has shown that more people, according to them, are leaving Launceston than are arriving in terms of people who are changing their bank address. So, you know, it's a topsy-turvy time. I think the one thing that we do know is you have to plan for the unexpected in that way. And I suppose with this report, to a fair extent, that is what is being done. But I would caution, when we talk about South Prospect as being a solution and St Leonard's as being a solution, I do not see that we yet have the concomitant infrastructure that will maintain the quality and the livability in Launceston that we're used to. And that would be the thing that I would like to see that comes along with any progress of developments that we do support as a policy on council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Yes, thank you. I might just start with a question, if I may, just to check that the conclusion shown in the report that South Prospect development will be approximately 1,600 lots. That seems more than I recollect. Is that still correct? 1,600. Bigger than St Leonard's. Doesn't look it on the map. But look, the report is very interesting reading, as my colleague Councillor Walker said. For me, most of it is known, and as he said, there's no reference to the council-owned land at between Ravenswood and Rochalee. However, for me, the most important part of this is item 5 in the conclusions, to develop a multifaceted program to foster and develop the diversity of infill development. And certainly that's what I feel we need to be addressing. We are regularly talking about, as we did today, what is infill development in the backyards of someone's suburban block. And whilst that is a somewhat more efficient use of land, and you only get to use land once, I guess you could say, it's probably not the answer for future growing. And in fact, the report states that clearly. So as Councillor Walker said, do we want to continue our urban sprawl and eventually run Kings Meadows into the Perth or Evandale area? Or do we actually want to have medium density housing? And to me, medium density housing around the CBD is actually the best part of our future, but we need to plan that. We need to make sure that the developers and the residents of the city are familiar with what we're doing. So to me, item 5 is the single most important part of that. So I'm very happy to receive this report and look forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Before we get to speakers and questions any further, I might get just the CEO for a little bit of clarification around 15.1, around 14.4, sorry.
Just to clarify that in respect of identified urban growth areas, so they're guided by the Northern Regional Land Use Strategy. So that is the document that the council has endorsed and the councils of the Northern Region have endorsed, and that identifies the areas where urban growth has been directed across all of the council areas. So it's not a situation that we've got council-owned land that's not included in an urban growth area. In order to be considered as a potential urban growth area, the first step would need to be it being included in the Northern Regional Land Use Strategy. And in order to do that, you need to demonstrate demand, which is what this report is showing, in the sense that we need to do a review of the Northern Regional Land Use Strategy. An important part of that is understanding what the next period of development or of influence will be for the city. And so it is an important piece of document, not just around those identified areas, but for the future areas, which is what's being alluded to. But understand that the process is to update the Regional Land Use Strategy first, and then it's into the rezonings and DAs and so forth.
Thank you, CEO. Questions and comments around the table? Councillor Pentridge, to speak or a question?
Maybe just to speak in general. Listening to what Councillor Walker just indicated, I've got some grave concerns that by identifying certain areas, and I think as Councillor Walker might have indicated, and if I got it wrong, I was actually reading something when he was talking, that we indicated that we wouldn't want to restrict other developments waiting for Prospect South in particular to be developed. Now, and maybe the question should be directed to Mr. Jamieson here, because I know for a fact that certain developments in existing areas that are inadequately catered for are being refused on the basis that we will be waiting for Prospect South to be developed. And it would be inappropriate to recommend the development of these facilities for the communities that exist within the area, because we have to take into consideration the future development of some of these areas. Now, I think we're treading a very unfair or a very unsafe line. And also, I appreciate what our CEO commented about the strategic bits, about that there's other forms that are desperately needed of opportunities for land to be looked at, and we shouldn't wholly and solely, I mean, it's not all, we shouldn't just be solely looking at the traditional urban residential type land with all its associated bits and pieces. We should be allowing and maybe more willingly looking at alternative ways of finding some space for Ravenswood and Rocherlea got mentioned, and Russell Plains Road. And there is a lot of things out there which I would love to discuss with somebody down the road and give other people the opportunity. I mean, this can all go along in conjunction. I agree wholly with the report, and we need to concentrate on specific areas like Prospect South and St Leonards, but we shouldn't allow those projects to come at the cost of others. For what it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Durazo.
Thank you very much. it's wonderful we have some clarification about future development, and thank for the clarification from our CEO. I think that's very relevant. We understand there is shortages of housing, but unfortunately all this housing like South Prospect only for people who can afford it. Now the council have got land, and I think in the future we should play more active role in trying to drive the development, because that's a way we can take into account the low socioeconomic class and people who can't afford housing, and therefore we can cover some social, housing for these areas as well. And I think it's important our next stage is to be active in promoting the development in land by the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rase. Councillor Gibson?
Thanks so much. I think what I'd like to suggest for my own benefit and perhaps for the benefit of others is the interrelationship between this great piece of research and the other strategic documents. With regard to financial and asset management, there's a really clear diagram which shows the way that they speak to one another, and they show the opportunities for us as councillors to have input and impact with regard to that. And I think, with the review of the Greater Launceston Plan, with the work obviously that's been undertaken here, with an update to the Launceston Residential Land Review and the other document that the CEO previously referred to, I think there's a great workshop topic there for us to understand how they speak to one another, but more importantly for us to understand how we can have input, to understand the avenues we already have to have input to ensure that we can bring forward some of those things that we individually see as important, and how we can communicate that to one another and ourselves better.
Yep.
So my question is, sorry, would that be possible?
Yes, and it's probably one Richard can talk to in terms of the process with the review of the Northern Region Land Use Strategy in terms of what that next iteration looks like. So we did the Greater Launceston Plan, I think it was 2014-ish, is that? And so that predated the original land use strategy. So what's happened there is that the original land use strategy was formed, and then that absorbed the strategic work that this council did sort of 10 years ago around regional land use. And so we're now at a point where we do need to be considering that the next 20, 30 years of regional development. And again, I think Richard might just give us a bit of a steer as to when council would have involvement into that.
The regional land use strategy project is being essentially steered and guided by the State Planning Office, or funded as well through a committee of the councils. We are at a scoping stage at the moment, so there is a broader piece of residential land demand and supply work being done on a regional scale as one of the building blocks. We are doing a gap analysis about what strategies we have and what strategies we might need, but it's going to be a staged and relatively extended process given the complexity and the number of stakeholders. So there hasn't been a consultant appointed for that project yet, but we would expect to be moving towards that in the next 12 months. I would imagine the regional land use strategy document might take at least a year or two beyond that. So we're probably talking 3 years away. The process hasn't been identified about how those decisions are going to be made or how engagement with individual councils is going to be done at this point, but it will be coming over the next 12 months, I would imagine, and so we'll be in a better position to inform the council once that's done.
Thank you, Richard. Any further? Deputy Mayor, yes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, thanks. It's been an interesting conversation. To me, this document sends out to me, we've looked and assessed where our land development's going to come from, and that's a demand and supply commentary, I think, in the paper itself. It talks about sort of infill and sort of outside of that. I'm interested in the comments about land that isn't in the conversation at this point in time and how that might feed into due course, because the importance of doing this is actually to deal with the issue that Councillor Walker talked about, is how our city lives in an expanded environment, and as we grow, how's our infrastructure meet all of the needs of what we need going forward. And that's the purpose of doing a document like this, is to actually have a bit of a plan out there and saying, well, this is how Launceston is likely to evolve, what impacts they're going to have on the streets, the roads, all of the things that we need to actually design and plan to ensure that our community continues to be able to function the way that we want it. So we have a chance by looking in the crystal ball and saying, well, these are the areas and places we need to go to, because that's where people want to live into the future. And they may or may not want to live in some of the areas that we're talking about. There may be some social housing or whatever out there, but again, if we're going to do any planning out there, we have to plan the infrastructure to go with it. One of my issues with housing is that when the Housing Commission does something, they say we're going to build something there, but they don't think about the fact that they need a doctor's surgery or they need somewhere to go and buy their groceries at. They just say, well, we're going to provide some housing, and bang, we'll put it out there. And that's my concern with that, and that's sort of a state sort of side of things coming into that. So really, I'm interested in seeing how that all filters in. This document in itself, I think, is a very valuable document for our future planning and will lead to infrastructure plans and a number of things on it. I think what we need to do is come back in bulk, and that may come out of that regional land use planning strategy, is how we bolt back in the other things that are going on. But we're looking to say, how are we developing within the city? That'll be talking about things that go into people's backyards, because people, for some reason, don't want to have a backyard anymore. They just want to be able to go and lock it and go away and not have to mow lawns and do things like that. But that's society. That's not my way of doing things. It's not maybe some of the people around here, but the next generation's coming through. They want to lock it and leave it. So we've got to plan all those sorts of things, and this document is a very valuable piece in that, in that future thinking around. And I think if I go back and remember the Greater Launceston plan, we had little maps and things like that and saying, this block will be residential in 2023, and it's interesting to see how most of those things tick the box that have happened. So the actual planning of the Launceston region was a whole thing, not just about where it's going to happen today, but what might happen in the future. And this is sort of coming back and locking back in there. It's either testing, changing the views on what we thought in 2014 to what we're thinking in 2023. This has got to be an iterative process, but there's some big plans out there, and we need to sit there and say, how do they fit, and how do we then build the infrastructure to actually meet the demands that are coming out. So I endorse and support the report that's in there. There's been some good commentary that's been raised today, which I think will come back for further conversations in the future.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, look, some of the comments, and I'd really just like to tag it for future conversations. I mean, all these reports are fantastic, and from what I've read, great ideas. But where we are failing to take into consideration is the bigger picture. And if I can just use the example of Ravenswood, we built quite a nice hotel up there, and facilities, the old tennis centre. And unfortunately, we sat back, and that should have had all the earmarkings of a successful concept. It was close for our colleagues, or our what's the word? Anyway, for people in the housing commission areas to have a restaurant close to home, to have some gambling facilities, from what I remember, a bottle shop, a pub. Now, to my disappointment, I watched that demise over the years, and I can't really tell why, but we did lose what should have been a good facility, and a facility that could have kept people there. Now, I think unless we take the need to create facilities in some of these areas and create, like I think the term might have been, villages, that's got to be taken into consideration. Otherwise, we can build all the houses we want, but we won't build homes. So we've got to have something that people love. My time living away is I decided that, at least if I'm in Launceston, I live in Launceston. When I lived in different suburbs of Sydney, I only ever went to those suburbs. I very rarely went outside the suburbs. So what we've got to do is when we consider these plannings, and as I just said, it just needs to be tagged for thought. Bit like George was saying, we need to sort of create homes and areas where people want to stay and don't want to go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Any further comments from the floor? Councillor Walker, as the mover, would you like to close?
I would like to close. Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for everyone's comments and interesting range of discussion. And I thank the CEO for mentioning the regional land use strategies, the Northern Tasmanian regional land use that does guide, and it has wrapped in somewhat of our Greater Launceston plan into that, and you can look at the maps there and see that and see the priority areas, all that type of thing. But, you know, sometimes I think we probably all ask ourselves, what's it all for? What's it all about? What are we trying to achieve here? What is the end goal? And we all want what we think is best for Launceston, no doubt. The state government would no doubt think that they want what's best for Launceston, but they have got an increasing hand in this process. And that is something, when you live in a place, wherever it is in Tasmania, and I thank Councillor Pentridge for reminding me of that, it's a home. And we have quite distinct areas in Tasmania, and I do sometimes, it does concern me that a regional plan for land use and indeed statewide planning schemes and things like that don't always, even though there are provisions that we can include, which as a council we are doing as far as, you know, historical places and things like that, it's very hard to keep up sometimes with state sort of movement in that area, and that would include the Northern regional land use sort of planning that is going on, whether it's highways and byways around towns in Launceston. I suppose not a lot of that has changed from the Greater Launceston plan at the moment, but by the sounds of it, and I thank our planning department for making us aware of that now and previously, you know, there is work in that area being done over the next 12 months. So it is an interesting time to be on council and to have that input. What concerns me is how the people who live in Launceston can have the greatest say and understand the greatest sort of implications of those impacts. It's all very well to look at these things on a statewide level and think, yes, but of course that area should be developed for this reason because we can see that that will benefit the greater region. But if it is your home and you live there, it can be a different matter. So we do need to think laterally. We need to think differently. It's not always about infill development. Sometimes it is, but that's not a carte blanche across the board. It's not always about greenfield development. Sometimes it is, but we should be intelligent enough to be able to pick and choose between those to make our home the greatest place in Australia to live. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Putting it to a vote. All of those in favour of accepting the report? That is all councillors present. Motion is carried. Noting that we've hit 4:15 and not trying to make today go any longer, I do believe that there is a required 5-minute break. If we could just come back in 5 minutes, stretch your legs, have a drink, scratch your head.
So you've got budget amendments and I've got some remissions and something else in the closed. I think it's only the remissions in closed. Yeah.
something you've spoken to you about?
Actually, one of the things I would like to talk to, I might show you, I've got the records of the bats and all. I'll show you how to do that.
So that's, you know, this is about city council's views on the city council's role. Yeah, which is, the point is that you're in litigation with Dean or with Joe, therefore you have a problem. Sitting on it. Yeah, let's leave it till when you, but, I'm just giving you technical.
I think everyone understands
Agenda item number 15. 15.1. This is through Organisational Services Network. Budget amendments. The decision statement is for Council to approve the changes to Council's 23-24 statutory estimates by absolute majority and to approve the adjustments made during the 1st of July to the 31st of July 2023 by the CEO to the 23-24 budget. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A seconder? Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
I think if you read through the motion, you received a donation in relation to QB Mag, which is the $10,500 that's been shown as having been received and then used to buy something for the collection. And the other items I think are in there are just transferring certain things from one pocket to another, and one of them I think which was spoken about by outside of the meeting was in relation to combining two funds together rather than having it in a yes, I can't remember what it was now. It was the footpath repairs.
Yes.
From resurfacing. We had two different elements, which we've now just combined them into one to make it easier for management purposes. But I think they're all straightforward, and we should approve them.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Nothing further to add, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any other speakers from the table? Okay, Councillor Walker.
Just a question, if I
question?
may. Thank you, Chair. The second recommendation notes and amendments from recommendation 1 result in the operating surplus being amended to 13,984,641, including capital grants of 17 million. So there's more capital grants there than the surplus. Is that right? The surplus. It just, the way it reads, it sort of sounds like that the surplus includes $17 million of capital grants, but that's not correct, is it?
No, that's right.
Samuel?
A deficit once the contributions, capital contributions are removed off their grants and contributions.
I can probably add a little bit more
CFO?
to that. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor Walker. So you're quite right in your assumption that there's $17.8 million worth of capital grants. When you factor that in, there is a surplus of almost 14 million. In our statutory budget, we're declaring or we're forecasting an underlying surplus. So we've got some anomalies that we've taken out, so such as the TERHAP contribution, which is a really significant figure. I think that's a multi-million-dollar contribution this year. So that appears in the statutory budget, but for underlying surplus purposes, we've separated that and a couple of other smaller items here.
Thank you.
Further comments or questions around the table? Okay, Deputy Mayor, as the mover, would you like to close? No? Okay, putting that one to the vote then. All of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, 15.2. Moved by Councillor Gibson, which is the remission of rates and fees. And we'll see this one involves the Northern Rec Hub. So the recommendation that has been moved by Councillor Gibson is to put the remission of fees listed below. Do I have somebody to second? Councillor Harris? Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. What a pleasure it is to rise to support our ongoing support of this very significant project. A project that will impact the lives, positively impact the lives of 1/3 of Launceston's population, specifically those people in some of our most disadvantaged pockets of our community, the suburbs of Invermay, Mowbray, Newnham, Mayfield, Rocherlea, Ravenswood and Waverley, notwithstanding that these facilities are facilities for everyone in our community and indeed from people outside our municipality. We note as part of the city deal, the federal government's contribution of $15 million and the state government's contribution, significant contribution of some $27.5 million. Importantly though, we note that support from all three levels of government is about creating and delivering renewed economic and social prosperity to that part of our community. It's about creating more courts, but that's a byproduct of the support that all three levels of government are contributing to this particular project. And it's why I think that the request for us to remit some $50,000 in fees and charges for the DA is appropriate. You note that the state government will own and operate the hub, so our contribution has been and would, if this is supported today, be, I guess, operational in the financial sense, and that's noted in the agenda. I think that the northern suburbs have waited long enough for this project, and this is a small way that we can show the working group that we are fully on board with the vision of the three levels of government working together to create a place that creates home, that creates community, that builds prosperity in the northern suburbs, and as a byproduct will deliver some additional courts for the Launceston municipality as well. And I think it would be a wonderful show of support. We don't do this very often. It would be a wonderful show of support to the goodwill of 1/3 of our community if we voted unanimously to support the remission of fees and charges for this request.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Harris is the seconder with a question.
Just a question first up. As Councillor Gibson said, this new sporting hub will be operated by the state government. Does the state government pay rates on such a facility?
CFO.
It does often depend on the specific facility. So there's instances where rates will be paid on state government-owned properties. Depends largely on the classification of that property. We're still, with regards to this particular property, there's some instances where there's state government-owned facilities where they do and they don't pay rates. There's various reasons for that. So we're still in the investigation phase on this, but look, there is a good chance that rates will be paid on this. So you could view this as a one-off operational cost, which Councillor Gibson noted, and we may seek rates revenue in the future on that. But like I say, there's a few hurdles to jump through with regards to that.
Thank you for that response. And it was something that when I looked at this particular instance, I thought it's well worth the council giving up on the DA fees in this instance, if only because it is a tripartite, three levels of government working together. As Councillor Gibson said, part of the city deal, it shows what can happen. I remember that our previous mayor, prior mayor, Van Zetten, wanted to see this while he was in the chair. It didn't quite happen. So it's certainly been an ongoing desire to see the Northern Recreation Hub, as it was originally known, finally come to fruition. But perhaps under you in the chair, current mayor, that will happen. So I think it's well worth us giving up a small $50,000 contribution, having noted our own $1.1 million contribution to moving the removal of the asbestos on site in the last term of this council. So very happy to support this, and perhaps hope that the rec hub will in fact be paying us rates at some time in the future. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. All they said. The only thing I just really want to just reframe it, whilst it sits there as a remission of rates and fees, I see this as our contribution, further contribution to the project, which I think overcomes any issue about any precedent that we might think we're setting. So in my view, it's worthy of us putting $1.1 million and these fee remissions into a project which is going to be transformative in the northern suburbs. So our small amount contributing with the state and federal, I think, is most appropriate. So whilst it's technically rates and remissions, remissions of rates and fees, I think it's our contribution is the way I'd rather look at it.
Councillor Dr. Raze.
Thank you very much. It's so wonderful to see our city. Looking forward to wonderful facility in such a disadvantaged suburb. It will help greatly in improving physical activity of the community and make them healthier. But more importantly, especially the people of different culture and background. I remember last year when a member of Bhutan families asked me, I have like young children and I want them to go and play like soccer or sport. And he said, but we don't have like many facility for these people. This will address like these issues and people living in that area, and highly commend the councils and the state support as well in supporting this endeavour.
Thank you, Dr. Razzo. Any further speakers or questions? Councillor Gibson is the mover. Would you like to close?
Just to say thanks for the contributions. I think Deputy Mayor Councillor Mackenzie's comments are appropriate. This mechanism, though, sees us remit through points 1 and 2, as is required through the legislation. And I think the way that we can perceive it really is that something that will be such an incredible asset for our community. This is another way, as he said, of us showing our contribution and our value to what will be an incredible facility and a transformative hub for 1/3 of our community.
Thank you. And just noting that Councillor McMahon rejoins us. That's how long we've been going, which is good conversations. So putting it to the vote, all of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. 16 on the agenda, Chief Executive Officer Network, 16.1, Code of Conduct Panel Determination Report. The recommendation is to receive a Code of Conduct Panel Determination Report. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Walker, a seconder? Deputy Mayor? Councillor Walker.
I might just start with a question, if I may, through you, Chair. What is the process when a councillor is facing a dilemma or a decision to make in regards to a planning decision, when, by all accounts, they are trying to make that decision based on the planning scheme, yet a perceived conflict of interest may exist? What is the process that the council has in place to advise or to inform a councillor of any potential conflicts of interest, or is it simply up to the councillor themselves to decide?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. CEO?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It's certainly the latter. I mean, it's the councillor's responsibility to make a decision as to whether they feel they have a conflict. They've obviously got the ability to seek out advice from myself or from the Mayor if there's questions, and we actually saw an example of that at this very meeting earlier today. So,
I do note in the report that is provided as an addendum to our agenda today that advice was given to the councillor in question. What was the nature of that advice? There was a report attached.
Sorry, in what?
There's a report attached to our agenda today that is from the Code of Conduct Committee, or whatever they are, tribunal, and in that it does suggest that the councillor in question was counselled, if you excuse the alliteration, as a week before, I do believe the date is, the decision was made. So what was the nature of that counselling or advice? I can quote it if you like. We can look at the report, and the tribunal does quote that as part of its evidence that wasn't contested, by the way.
Yes?
Yep.
Would you like to table? I'm happy for you.
What is the nature of that advice that was given?
So in terms of the report stating that...
I will quote it to you.
Please.
So I'll note that its attachment is 16.1.1. Mm-hmm. It goes through the investigation and the material considered by the panel, and the determination, and it says on the 8th of December 2022, the LCC CEO advised the complainant by letter that he had personally met with Councillor Pentridge and advised him of his duties and obligations to manage conflicts of interest. That's point 4 under the reasons for determination. So I'm just asking, what was the nature of that advice and the details around that?
CEO?
Look, I don't know what he's referring to be frank. So,
Get the report.
as I recall, Councillor Pentridge was provided with a letter from the Mayor at the time, outlining a view that there was a perception, or the advice was that there was a conflict of interest that existed. That was a letter provided from the Mayor to the councillor. It wasn't provided by me, it was written by the Mayor, so.
Well, thank you. I can only go by what I've read in the report, and that's what.
So can we. That's why there's been some reservation, I guess, into correspondence and having the actual report stated to us that we, as Mayor, I only have the report to go on also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly. But I do stand to move this today.
Yep.
As I said to the councillor in question, it's better that it comes from a friend than a stranger if you're to be the bearer of bad news. And in this case, it is indeed bad news that through you, Chair, Councillor Pentridge has been targeted with a code of conduct complaint. Now, notwithstanding, of course, that the vote in question, he did vote in the affirmative. That was, of course, mentioned by the tribunal as well. At the time, I would have thought that would have been evidence enough that there wasn't an apparent or a perceived bias. I think what more evidence could you want than for a councillor to be supportive of your developments? Indeed, I read in today's paper the praises that the councillor in question gives to the developer and anyone indeed who contributes to Launceston through investment in our city. And that's something I think that we all like to see. Now, having said all that, of course, we understand the reasons why this potentially can be a problem for any councillor to actually be perceived as having a conflict of interest. And part of that perception can be apparently that there's a public perception that you have some conflict. Not that you actually perceive yourself having a conflict, but that the public may have some idea that you have a conflict. So that in itself is concerning, that you might not be aware of a conflict that the public thinks you have. I'm not sure how we resolve these things, but I think this is difficult, especially in light of the fact that there was no indication whatsoever that this vote had a negative impact on the development application in question. I could completely understand it if there was a pecuniary interest involved in the outcome, or if the vote was negative in the sense that it was trying to limit what the developer might be able to do. But of course, none of those things happened. And in that case, I think that there's a certain level in which this can be seen as pernicious, that it actually is of a concern to all councillors in Tasmania, because we are a very connected community. We all have relationships with multiple people in our community, and any of that could be seen by the public as being somehow construed as a perceived or vested interest, not necessarily that it is. So I come back to my initial questions, which is essentially it's ultimately up to the councillor involved. And in this case, the councillor involved thought, well, I have no problem with this developer. I have no problem with this developer's application. Therefore, there's no perceived conflict of interest. I don't have a problem with them. And that's the decision that was made. That's the decision that was reflected. You know, I applaud the councillor in question through you, Chair, for his sanguine approach to this, when it could easily be something that would have a really negative, impactful effect on a councillor to be accused of such a thing. But I applaud, you know, his positive approach to it and how he's dealt with it. And I would ask people to reflect upon all the connections that we have, whether they be through business dealings, social connections or whatever it might be, and accept that we are living in a very small community. We have all had different experiences with different people, and that should not necessarily be up to a public poll or a tribunal to decide whether or not there is a perceived or real conflict of interest. But I stand here to move this motion and to see it supported through, but to acknowledge all of those things in the process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor, as the seconder.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Walker, for your impassioned comments. I'll be a bit more direct, and again, Joe, you're a friend of mine, and the reality of it is I live in a world of litigation and law. Every board meeting I go to, I have to think about whether I have conflict of interest or not. This, I hope, is a lesson to all of us, to be honest. We should read these things, because even when we think we haven't got conflict, sometimes we have in law. So this is something which has not been manifested by this group of people or even in the staff. It's actually come from outside. It's not come from anybody within the council, this complaint. So unfortunately, whether we like it or not, it's gone on to the next level. I think in our induction process, conflict of interest, I think from memory, is actually one of the things that we actually spend some time in talking about. And I appreciate when you don't live and work in the area, what that means sometimes is not that clear. And I fully understand all of that. But whether we like it or not, Councillor Walker, we're in a position of trust to the community, and we need to be thinking about conflicts and potential conflicts of interest. Yes, we are in a very small community. We all know everybody. So the question is, would that be perceived, the fact that I was sitting in that room, that somebody might think I've got a conflict with that person in relation to whatever it is, and it might or might not be. I sit here with my parking hat on, and I always argue if I sit there and forget that I actually got a conflict of interest because I own a car park. Clearly a pecuniary interest in my situation, but I don't actually think about that when I'm doing it. So I would probably make a decision which would actually work against me. The reality is, even if I did that, I still have a conflict of interest. So I have to declare all those sorts of things. So I hope that what we've got out of here is a little bit of a learning exercise for all of us, and I appreciate, there's one member of our team that's been impacted by what's gone on, which has been brought about by parties outside of the council, so we can't control any of that. It's gone through a process. It's sad that we have to sit here and talk about it in the room. I appreciate that, but I also want to support Councillor Pentridge as well, and all of us realising that we do have real responsibilities in regard to conflicts of interest, and real means perceived or otherwise, and we need to sit there, and if we think I've got a relationship with somebody and I'm not sure, then ask somebody about whether I should or shouldn't be in the room. That's, so I think we take it all as a lessons and learn, and we hopefully just move on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers around the table? Councillor Pentridge?
I don't have anything to say except that I apologise. I can assure all of you that wasn't intended, and I've never objected to anything that the Crony Group have done. And while he continues to develop Launceston, he'll always have my 100% support, regardless of what's just happened.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. No further comments? Councillor Walker as the mover? No? Okay. Putting the recommendation, which is to receive the Code of Conduct Panel Determination Report. That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, coming into agenda item 17, which is closed council. May I please ask for someone to move that we move into closed council? Councillor Palmer, a second to Councillor Harris. All of those in favour? That is all councillors present. We moved into closed council. Yeah, we did that. Okay, so now, as we are back in open session, I need somebody to move that what we just did in closed session is what will be reflected. That has been moved by Councillor Britton, who needs to get to work, and Councillor Harris, who needs to get home before it gets dark on his bike. Okay, do we want to speak to anything that happened in closed? The tea voucher. We'll have to look into the process of how long it goes for. Okay, all of those in favour? Not of the tea voucher just yet, but all those in favour. That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Next meeting will be here 1 p.m, 21st of September 23. Have a great rest of the week.